We'll kick the meeting off. It's 10 o'clock. I'll start off with the karakia. Kia tau, ngā manakitanga, a te mea naro, ki runga, ki tēnā o tātou, kia mahia, te hua, makihiki, kia toi te kupa, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, kia tuturu, ka whakamoa, ki tina, huye, tai. Let the strength and life force of our ancestors be with each and every one of us, freeing our path from obstruction, so that our words, spiritual power, love and language are upheld, permanently fixed, established and understood forward together. Thank you. Okay, just a standard housekeeping. The toilets are just outside the chamber on your right for anyone that's new here. Evacuation, should there need to be an evacuation for any reason, please exit down the stairwell, do not use the elevator, and the assembly point is on Space Street. In an earthquake, drop cover and hold, and once the shaking is stopped, we'll evacuate down the stairs. If we could please turn our phones to silent mode, and just a reminder that these proceedings are being recorded for the purpose of live video, both live streaming and downloading, so by remaining in this meeting, you consent to being filmed for viewing by the public. Okay, so we'll move to apologies. We've got Councillor Duffy and Councillor Duffy hasn't signed in yet, but he's coming in on Teams, and Councillor Ruddenclaw on Teams. I don't think we have any apologies. Leave of absence.
I've got to change one that I've got standing at the moment, just to extend it out to the 2nd of August. Change of travel plans beyond mine. That's ability to change.
Thanks, Matt.
July the 20th to 28th.
July. And then the Fraser?
8th to the 15th of July for me.
And Councillor Brian?
Did you get an email?
Yep. What dates? I just had it here as a jogger to make sure you did it.
Okay, I'll get back to you on that.
18 to 26 August.
Yeah, that'll do. Thanks.
16th of August.
I've said that, but
There's no further leave of absence. No one's been on with it.
Okay, so you'll move it.
Do we have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Boat-Roy. All in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Do we have any conflict of interest for anything on the agenda today? There being none, I don't think we've got any extraordinary origin items. So that moves us on to the confirmation of the minutes from our last meeting, which is on page 21. Do we have someone in a position to move that those are true and correct? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Seconder, Councillor Fraser. All in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Now, I don't believe we have any public participation today. So, with great pleasure, I'll move on to item 7.1, which is a community update from Kowhai Reach in Kalama. And I believe we've got Jessie and Kathy who will talk about this.
I'm Jessie Baikalaho. I work for the QE2 National Trust, Ngā Mihi. Thanks for letting me come and speak today. So, yes, I'll try and keep it brief. Whenever you talk about something passionate, it's easy to get carried away and go on and on, so I'll try and rein myself in. So, Councillor Ruddenclaw asked me to come and speak today about the special reserve or special area that's owned by the Southland District Council called Kowhai Reach, which is up near Kawana, just north of Lime Hills in the central Southland Plains. So without further ado, I'll whip through my little presentation. Next slide. Sorry, I can't even read that.
mouse clickers.
Just to click. Oh, sorry. Should have practiced. Is that next? Oh, thank you. Oh, very good. So for those who aren't familiar with Kowhai Reach, it's an interesting area. It's a combination of terrestrial and freshwater ecology. It's sort of an ecosystem working together of those two parts. And it's a reach of stream. And it's unique in Southland because it's one of the few on the Southland Plains that hasn't been straightened. So last century there was a lot of straightening work, a lot of drainage works to facilitate land development. And most of the streams in Southland have been quite significantly changed, particularly our lowlands. And Kowhai Reach is unique in that it hasn't been straightened. It's about 2 kilometres from top to toe, but it winds so dramatically, it takes about 5 kilometres to travel that distance because it's just so sinuous and meandering. So the term reach refers to that portion of the stream that still has its natural character. And delightfully, along the shore or the banks of the stream, we still have a native ecosystem of mostly kowhai trees, which is a remnant of a forest type that was naturally very rare in pre-human times and is even rarer now. So you can see the figures up there, they're quite shocking. It was only 3% in the original time, and less than 1% of that 3% is now still here. And this is just a quick wee map showing sort of changes in vegetation across New Zealand. So the red is essentially the areas of greatest loss. So that's acutely threatened, less than 10% remaining of natural vegetation in those areas. So if we zoom in on Koana, this is Kowhai Reach running down here from the Benmore-Piri Road down to Winton Channel Road. And you can see it's got this amazing natural meander which has been straightened a bit above and altered downstream. This is the Winton stream, so it runs down and through Winton Township eventually. It's ecologically significant for lots of reasons. One, as I said, it's a naturally rare ecosystem. If we sort of imagine back to that last slide, all of that red area would have been covered in lowland podocarp forest, and the ribbonwood kowhai-dominated forest is a subtype that runs through along the streams. So it's kind of like a golden little ribbon threading through the broader forest that would have been present. So as the stream meanders and recuts its channel, and naturally, it's a dynamic, messy little natural space, those trees and those plants that specialise in growing on that edge would have moved and adjusted to that change, and then sitting behind that would have been a big body of forest. It's a significant seasonal food source for our native birds. They move across the landscape and use it as a sort of stepping stone or resting place to feed. It supports freshwater coda and also freshwater mussels, which is pretty neat. Both of those are classified as at-risk declining. There's a number of threatened plant species there. If you get me raving about plants, I'll never get through the slides, so I will just skim over those, but please feel free to ask me if you've got questions about plants. And it's extremely beautiful, especially when it's in flower. These trees are really large. If you imagine kowhai with big stems on them, 40 centimetres plus, these are centuries old trees. It takes a very long time for them to get into that form. And they are rare also because culturally they were very significant. They were used for a whole lot of things, and particularly in the early pioneering farming days, they were highly prized as fence timbers, and Southland was famous for growing straight ones. You can find old notes in the Gore Ensign going back to 1890 in the Southland Times, 1880s, people advertising for Goai trunks for farms, and they were highly sought after. So the fact that these are here still was a bit of a miracle. So a little bit about the past. You can see here this is an aerial image from 1944, and you can see some of the straightening works have commenced along the lower reaches here. So the loops and the meanders get sort of cut off, and the new channel gets cut through to sort of basically, it's like a stomach bypass that's taking the shortest point from A to B and simplifying the channel. The area was really prized by the local farmers and local people who really loved the kowhai trees growing alongside it, and it was actually, gazetted or registered with, at the time, the Town and Council Planning Act in the 1970s as an area recognised of historical interest or natural beauty. So it was added to an appendix in the Southland County Council Plan. But it wasn't until a little later that Louise Shand, who's a local farmer, she was leasing some of the land from her dad, realised that it was still on an unformed legal road. So even though it's a hydrological parcel, I think this is probably just a cartographic error, it had been designated as an unformed legal road. And so it didn't have very robust protection. If somebody did want to clear the trees or change that area, it was technically a road, so it was not very well protected. So they had a big community sit down, and all sorts of interested parties turned up. This was in the mid-80s. The District Council, the QE2 National Trust, local landowners and farmers, all with an interest in protecting this area, sat down, put their heads together, and came up with a plan to legally protect the areas with QE2 National Trust covenants. Now, the habitat, the stream, winds across multiple titles. The bulk of it sits on Southland District Council owned land, but it pops out into the adjacent titles from time to time as it meanders along. So they had to get consensus from 5 different landowners for 7 different parcels of land to bring this whole system together. And I'll show you on some maps in a minute what that looks like. It's a bit of a spaghetti junction. This is quite archaic language, but essentially, just for your interest, the objectives of the covenant are to preserve the open spaces. If you'd like to look at our Act, open spaces is a very broad definition, but it basically is natural, scenic, scientific, cultural, and landscape values. So it's all the things that we like. Also, to particularly protect the meander of the stream, the flora and fauna, and also the scenic value. So up on Otaperi Benmore Road, you're on a little elevated rise, and you can look down across Kōwhai Reach, and it's just sumptuous. It's quite a lovely feature on the landscape. And these were some special conditions that were put in the document. Feel free to quiz me on the details. If we get into it now, it will bog us down a little bit. So just to give you a sense of what's going on, you've got a complex overlay here of the physical landscape, the legal space where all the different titles sit, and then the covenants that lay across those titles. So I'll just click through these. So we've got the central channel. We're just looking at the lower portion here, not the full 2 kilometres, because it's a little large to fit on the map without seeing the details clearly. But this is the piece that was once an unformed legal road, and in the late 80s the council stopped that road, went through the process of stopping it so they could register a covenant on it. It needed a title. You can't put covenants on land that lack title. So that was a fantastic step that the council did, and at that time it was also fenced up, so we had livestock excluded. So just, I'll talk you through these squiggly lines. So the yellow boundaries are the covenant boundaries, so the extent at which the covenanted areas extend on the title, the sort of physical description of them. And then the orange lines are where the existing fences sit. So as you can see, they don't match up, and they really just align with where the extant trees were on the landscape. That was practical at the time, you know. The idea of making these covenants significantly larger than the actual stream was to anticipate the wandering of the stream, so to let that stream express its natural dynamic behaviour and wander around in a messy sort of fashion. So covenants are forever, so we've got centuries to anticipate stream wandering, and in the last 40 years it's moved very little, but it is still moving a tiny bit. So, yeah, there's about 30 metres outside of where the water currently is that is covenanted to anticipate that stream moving across that private land. Oh, where's my mouse cursor gone? So yes, fencing was put in the 80s. There was a draft management plan that was put together between District Council and the Trust. I don't know the history exactly of that, but it wasn't actually formally ratified. And in all honesty, it was a bit of a vague plan. It was more like a strategy with some aspirational stuff and some ideas, but it didn't have any operational detail, who was going to do what and how. So it was sort of something, but it wasn't probably quite enough to provide a coherent roadmap. But lots of passionate people got involved anyway, so there was this sort of informal and enthusiastic move forward. And got Kathy Turnbull here to talk a little bit about Lime Hills School, but they're one of the most prominent threads running through the story, that Lime Hills school children have been involved in this site for a very long time. And in my work, I meet grown-up young farmers out there running farms who went to Lime Hills School, who were involved in this when they were kids, and it's become a multi-generational project. It's really fantastic. So this is just a view of the southern area, which is a little picnic area that has access from the road, and that's the only bit that really the public can easily get into. There's a tiny little 1-minute walk and a small area. Now, that's all the interesting history and the sort of exciting stuff, but the bad news is, the sad news is that this ecosystem is really a bit of a slow-moving train wreck. There's no or very little natural recruitment of kōwhai. The area that's been set aside for them is so narrow and so sun-drenched that the pasture species sort of dominate the ground cover, and that's just too competitive for the little kōwhai seedlings to actually get away. So there's a few areas where you get some closed canopy or some dappled light where other species have been planted and supplementary plantings are now maturing. horizon, and that's the only place that we see natural recruitment of the species that are associated with this type of forest, particularly kōwhai. And the school kids have probably been the key sort of feature or the key driver of getting new trees into the system so that there's young trees coming through. Because a forest can't really just be a static group of elderly trees. It needs a constant renewal of younger generation coming through to keep it in perpetual health. So natural attrition occurs. Old trees do slowly fall down and die sometimes, and occasionally they fall into the channel or they fall across the channel. That's natural. It happens in nature all the time, but what we're not seeing is that next generation coming through. So we're just seeing a sort of slow decline. But there's happy news on the horizon. So I'd like to shout out here to Chris and Charlie and Withy, who farm the lower western side of Kōwhai Ridge, and they own 2 of the covenants, and we're looking at a portion of their land as the part on the left of the image there, covenant 513029. And you can see that little green area that's been highlighted, sort of a pale green, not too dissimilar to the yellow. This is a current plan that the Withys and I have been talking about for a little while, and it's come into fruition. The QE2 National Trust and the Withys are going to co-fund the shifting of the fence. It's going to be moved out 10 metres from the water's edge. This was something that the Withys were really supportive of and really passionate about. And it's a big gesture on their part. They're actually going to essentially lose access to about a hectare's worth of prime grazing land and on a dairy farm, and have a smaller paddock, and has implications for fencing and gates and all sorts of things. So it's really quite an amazing gesture. And it's amazing to see if other landowners would like to do something similar over time. It's going to be quite a big process to find out, so you need to eat this elephant one bite at a time. But one of the other landowners is quite interested in the idea as well, so we just sort of slowly work our way through as and when people are keen and resources are available. Now, just for your interest, if you can see on the screen here, it might not be very clear, but we've got little purple areas, and further up the channel, this is the same sort of thing. So these areas that are technically SDC land, but just because of where the fences lie, they are sort of effectively managed as part of the farm. And if the fence was shifted out, basically more of council land would be behind a fence and available for ecological restoration. So depending on where the fences get placed all the way up the channel, there could be extra space for trees to be planted. And of course the big goal is to protect those banks, protect the young trees coming through, or foster young trees coming through, and create that next generation. Provide a naturally wide enough area that gives shading so you don't get these sort of dramatic edge effects where the pasture species can dominate. Obviously has a whole lot of advantages for water quality, and it creates, rather than a sort of scattered tree land, a sort of residue or an echo of this former ecosystem, would actually create a fully functioning forest corridor, which would be much more resilient. And there's a whole lot of people very passionate and keen to get involved, or who already are involved, as I've mentioned, some of the landowners. Obviously the QE2 National Trust and STC would be key, being key partners here, and STC, the covenant owned by STC, has the majority of the habitat on it. So it's the kind of keystone piece to the whole puzzle. As I mentioned, Lime Hill School has been very involved over the years, 25 years. Yep. And Hokonui Runaka have recently decided they'd be very interested in this project too. I think the conversation is still unfolding, but there's a really great opportunity for some collaboration there. The local catchment groups are very passionate about this area, particularly Makareo Headwaters and Mid-Oreti. And there's other community groups and restoration organisations and agencies out there that would love to pitch in and help as well. So yeah, I'll wrap that up for now, but I would just like to acknowledge all the people from the past and present who worked really hard to look after this taonga for us. You could say it's a bit of a miracle that it's still here, but really it's not. It's actually just people being passionate, stepping up. Yeah, I think particularly I'd like to acknowledge the Shan family, Mr. Beck, and the Cox family, who were the original landowners who set this protection up. Mr. Beck passed away 16 days after the covenant was signed, and it was very significant to him that that protection was in place. And yeah, it's a bit of a different narrative, bunch of farmers standing up and sort of saying, no bulldozers through this channel, please, we want to protect the biodiversity and don't develop this. So, and that was back in the 70s. So it's an old story, but it's worth hearing, I think. So tēnā tātou katoa, kua hui runga I te whakaro kotahi, me manaki tātou I a tātou anō, I tēnei mahi whakahirahira. kia toitu te mara o tāne. Mō tātou a mō ka uri a muri ake nei tātou katoa. So, yeah. That wasn't too long.
Do you want to speak as well, Kathy, or?
Just on behalf of the students at Lime Hill School, I've just got a wee visual here, probably to help prompt me as much as anything as to our involvement in Kowhai Reach. We were approached in 1998, I think it was, from QE2, before we became an Enviro school. So this became a very live project that we got involved in, and the first part of the project was actually underplanting a little part of that meandering loop, which involved the whole school. 2 buses went up, and we had a day where we planted out some native plants so that the children were learning the reasons for. That's actually moved on. We got so excited when the council designated an area that we could actually access with our families, because the other one you needed permission from the farmer. And so that actually pushed ahead in a huge way. These wee things here involve some science learning around what was in the stream and how we could protect it as well. You can see this student here. These are another science project where the kids are actually propagating the seeds at school, and they become part of the child's learning journey at Lime Hills, where they physically plant a Kowhai seed and nurture it at school through the nursery. We've got our emblem up there that also links into Kowhai Reach. So it's a very rich part of our school. Frena Cardinal, you said about her involvement in the opening of the loop track, but we've had a relationship for 25 years, but the partnership is the most important thing. Our school's gone through quite a bit of staff changes, and that changes perspective as well, and also that collective knowledge about things. So therefore, having a partnership with several groups, QE2 has been fantastic to come on board again and get us involved. Gaiman Rowe was the driver for us in the early days and helped us get established there, but it is a very important part. We've got our little Kowhai tree song, and everything that relates straight back to the reach has been brought into the school. So that's my little bit. I don't think I've missed anything around the other side. Oh, this is a wee pamphlet for families that want to. So this is social studies as well, where kids can put in information and get people to go up there. That sort of, in some ways, got the AA sign put on the main road so that people could actually see where Kowhai Reach was. So that's us.
There's some awesome interpretation panels that the school kids have developed.
Yes,
on the walk. So if you are there and you do the little loop walk, it's just a delight.
yes, these are them here.
How they communicate.
Sorry, I didn't explain that very well. So, yes, and like you say, there's a generational thing too now where some of those, we're going back 25 years, so they've all started their own families now. And some of the people that have been involved in Kowhai Reach and that have gone on to be part of environmental groups, and one of them is the secretary to the leader of the Greens Party.
All right.
So from small things grow big things.
Well, thank you very much for that, and it's great to see that collaborative approach happening over such a long, extended period of time, and getting stronger too, and that next generation coming through with their learning and everything too, to, I guess, provide that future focus on it too. So, yeah, thank you very much. It was a very enjoyable presentation. Do we have any questions from the Councillor Bott?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for that. That was wonderful. Setting an example for all schools. It'd be wonderful if all children had these opportunities. Just about the shading is hindering the development or growth, recruitment of young plants. Do you do any planting of other species that are fast growing that can provide some shade along the streams?
Absolutely, yeah. So there's a few native species that can come up really quickly and do help reduce that grass dominance. Kororiko hebicellus is probably one of the key ones that's been used down there. So yeah, there's definitely ways to try to reinvigorate that ecosystem and get those natural regeneration processes happening again. I could weary you out with all the ecological details. I've got a bit of a plan for that, but efforts have been made in the past, and that place that Kathy referred to, where there's a very tight bend in the stream. It's almost like a little peninsula in its own right, and that area is one of the key places where you can see sort of 20 years on, the canopy has closed over, there's natural regeneration, so you don't need that constant human input. The ecosystem can do it itself. So essentially, I guess the reason I'm here, and I'll let Margie, she's got this gorgeous flyover drone shot of the site in bloom, so if people want to gaze at that while I'm nattering. But yeah, essentially, we need to sort of kickstart the relationship too. Things have just sort of fizzled out a bit over the years, as Kathy said, staff changes at QE2 as well.
COVID.
All the landowners are different now as well. So it's just a chance to sort of come together again and try and pull all these threads together again, the social, the ecological, the farming story, and got some keen landowners too. So yeah, moving a fence, that's one part of the job, but then resourcing, planting in behind it to get that process. I mean, we grow grass very, very well in Southland. In this case, it's sort of a weed, and we want to get it on the back foot so the forest can come
I think
back.
as a school, we've noticed the first area that we planted out is massive. And the second area is just about as massive, and we've actually run out of places that we can plant because the fence is so close into the stream.
Yeah, you can see in the image.
It is not easily accessible, but putting out the fence to those 10 metres, we've got a very ready task force that would be more than happy to go up there. We've done quite a bit of planting ourselves and other places, riparian planting too, so that they've got a good understanding of the reasons behind what we're doing. And even though students, we try to get students up there on a regular basis, and even though they mightn't have been there as often as we want, they still have a strong affinity to Kowhai Reach, as to the students that live up in that area.
It's a really good point about the safety and the sort of practical access. So if we hark back to the 80s, the idea of putting a fence around a waterway and protecting the existing vegetation would have been a very progressive idea. Now we just expect it. It seems like, the default expectation. But the fences, so it was a very progressive move at the time, but the fences are very close to the water's edge, in some cases less than a metre. So you just couldn't easily bring a bunch of school kids around inside the fence and walk up the channel without sort of risk of falling down the bank or getting zapped by the fence. And there's not many gates and practical considerations like that. So by shifting it out, you've got a bit more room to manoeuvre and kickstart that thing. And again, getting that width so that you have that dappled light instead of lots of sunlight is the key.
Councillor Rattencourt, you can hear that?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, from the sunny Bay of Islands. I realise the weather's not fabulous down there, but it's fabulous up here. Jessie and Kathy, thank you so much for coming in today. Jessie, when we were talking the other day, we talked about it's a marathon, not a sprint, and the turtle will win the race sometimes. So where we're at now, we've got a meeting on the 10th with Hokanui Runanga. Alana Benison is bringing in her general manager and the project manager there as well. Mark Day's in discussion with a contractor around the Arete area who will understand the reach going forward. The Southland District Council has committed $5,000 worth of funding towards the plants for this financial year, the 30th of June 2023, and funding going forward, which we're in discussion about. And Angie's in the process of writing up a memorandum of understanding. We have 9 partners, so it's a bit of a win-win and a slow-moving beast, but we've got 2 catchment groups that are very wanting to come in and help do the planting. The cadets from Hokanui Runanga, they're coming in and doing the spraying and preparing the area beforehand. I'll just talk about Limehouse School. My own children were involved with the reach, and my daughter went to Lincoln, did Ag Sci and environmental, and she was highly involved with Kowhai Reach, and all the children are very passionate about the reach. And a little bit of history, the Shend family, that's my mother, where my mother was brought up, her family. So I'm very passionate about the reach, as everybody knows, but I just can't thank everybody enough for all the help and going forward, where we can have the reach sustainable for future generations. Thanks.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Kathy, I was a little disappointed you didn't bring your ukulele in today for the Ko-Fi song, but I'm sure if you look online you might be able to find a video of it.
Thanks, Darren.
Really impressed as a parent at the school of how the school kind of bring in the whole values around this, and on the first day of school your child plants a seed. On their last day of school their little buddy presents it back to them to take away, and so there's this whole long-term kind of thing, and it's really cool because you take a bit of it with you wherever you go. So I'm interested from a school point of view, how do you maintain that, and what plans have you got with changing personnel at the school to ensure that the legacy that's come becomes a future focus as well? I mean, what sort of, yeah.
It's been a very big wake-up call, actually, because for many years the staff has been very stable. There's been not many changes, and with current situations and everything, we've had quite a change. So I've had to think hard about this too, because all of those projects I'm very passionate about myself. And one of the ways I'm looking at is ensuring that our home and school have a link to all the projects that happen in our school. There's no shortage of extramural programs or integrated programs. We have a student volunteer army that do a broad range of activities each week in the school, led by our senior school, and as well as our enviro schools, school farm. We have a forest school as well. All these things that connect us back to the land, and the reasons for looking after it through, especially the forest school principles. We underpin those with all the delivery that we do at school, and Maori perspective is a very, the first one. We call it Mrs. Lee, so that we remember the 5 principles. So the Maori perspective is a very important one to us, as well as the environment and sustainability. So that is one of the ways, but also to develop partnerships from outside agencies too. And this is where Jessie's so good, as well as partnerships with yourselves. And obviously there are a few more other agencies now that are come on board. One of our parents too just happened to be part of the thriving Southland. So it's nice to keep having those connections to make sure something so important, so valued, is not lost as it could have easily been done in the 70s. So for children to be part of that and understand why we need to protect these areas for future generations, and just a link to the past as well, and also involving their families. That was one reason why the picnic area was such a huge advantage, because families could drive up, their kids could take them to Ko-Fi Reach and explore that and enjoy it. But I know that the maintenance of it, the sustainability of it needs to be kept to the forefront. I know that the school's not going to lose their way, because it's got such a huge link to it through our philosophy with the Ko-Fi seed, as well as our uniforms and things like that. So it's just, it takes a village, doesn't it? It's not just one person that can drive it, and it does come to one person that maybe is when it falls over, and that's in some ways an analogy with the Ko-Fi trees. We've got to look after those very old, some of them 300 to 400 years old. And they'll be lost, and it would be nice to see young juveniles come up underneath, but we actually need to protect those elderly. So, yes. So that's hopefully my plan, is also to have our home and school very much involved and have that parent connect.
We've got Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Lindsay.
Through you, Worship. Congratulations, well done. Obviously, a love and care has gone into the project. With regards to preserving the asset and improving the asset in terms of talking about the shading issues around the juvenile co-fis and so on, and ultimately allowing people to enjoy the asset, which is obviously incredibly important. With regards to the fencing, obviously there's a lot of fencing involved there, and there's a lot of corners, and I've done a lot of fencing myself, and every time you come across a corner, you think another stay post, another stay post, another stay post. Is there provision to look at retaining the meandering fashion of the river and the existing fencing, but also actually creating fence lines that maybe have less corners in them, which include those two strips that you mentioned, which will allow for those juveniles to come through, but also allow greater access for people to maybe access those areas, maybe with walking tracks or something like that. Might complement them. Is that something to consider?
I am definitely interested in that personally, because that's how people learn to love and look after stuff, is so that it's when they experience it, when they get to walk through this amazing grove of trees. I mean, we see the photos of the Japanese Blossom Festival. This is like the New Zealand Blossom Festival in a sense. It's a total ribbon of gold of landscape. It just looks sumptuous. But it does sit within a farmed landscape, so there are real practical considerations here. Over the years it's changed, but initially it was all sheep farming. Now there's just one sheep farm at the northeast side and dairy on the west and dairy at the south. So the coincidence of the flowers is right on lambing, so you've got these sort of sensitivities about adjacent activities and livestock, young livestock. The meander of the fence, it's a long perimeter, it's not an efficient fence, but it does also create habitat on the outside of the fence for livestock to tuck in and shelter. So we've taken the position of working kind of pragmatically with the farmers rather than just the rational straight line that does reduce grazing even more. We've come up with sort of a compromise of this sinuous line but offset from the water's edge. There is, I'm not sure of the full details, but I'm keen to look into this further, but there is, I believe, an Esplanade Reserve down the eastern side of the property, and in the draft plan that was put together in the 90s, there was discussion of that being available for public access at the permission of the landowner. So it's sort of at the discretion, because it had to fit in with lambing and sensitive farming operations, but the idea that the public could, in theory, stroll along the paddock edge and admire the trees was one of the ideas that was woven in at the start. And I'm just not sure of the full details, but it just seems to have sort of disappeared off the radar a bit. But there are other considerations too, that there's been farm development in the intervening time, and there's side streams and culverts and gates and all sorts of other infrastructure that you'd have to be quite sensitive to without disrupting farming too much, because while the covenants do extend 30 metres into the paddock essentially, the expectation from the landowners is that that is available for grazing until sometime, maybe 50, 100 years in the future, when the stream wanders into that space. So yeah, so we're going kind of gently there. I don't want to sort of run roughshod over the top of people and make them feel that this is being done to them. We really want this to be done with people. So we've got some very passionate landowners, we've got some curious landowners, and we've got some that are just not sure if they want to be part of this yet. And so we're just kind of starting gently working with the keen beans. And as Margie said, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The first shifted fence, we've got about 1 kilometre of fence we're shifting, that's providing an extra hectare of habitat to plant into. At typical planting density, that's around 8,500 to 10,000 species that could go into that space. They aren't free. So you wouldn't want to shift all the fences at once, but I think there's some compromise there for thinking about public access and all of those in a broader, sort of more holistic, systematic roadmap. And the picnic area, which I think is really key. I think there is sometimes a misconception in the wider public that Corfu Reach just refers to the little picnic area, but it's actually the whole 10 hectares of 2 kilometre long area that isn't really that accessible to public. But the picnic area, I think, because the stream is moving a little bit and part of the path has started to get precipitously close to the water's edge, it's a little unsafe. There is a real opportunity to reset to the east there. There's a part of it's fenced into the adjacent paddock, but it's actually part of the SDC covenant. So you could have a bit of a reset and a refresh, widen that picnic area, bring the path over a little bit. There's also an old stock bridge. I'm not an engineer, so I wouldn't want to hazard its safety, but I've crossed it safely, and it's got really hardcore iron, railway irons underneath it. Maybe the top surface could be refreshed, but that's about 400 metres in a straight line up from the bottom. So that's actually the only crossing on the reach that people can get from east to west. So coming up the eastern side, crossing at that old stock crossing, and then having access to this newly available area that when the fence is shifted, that's sort of all part of the logistics of access and enjoyment, rather than trying to come through the farm or anything like that.
Councillor Menzies?
Thank you. I don't think as a community we always realise the importance of these decisions that were made at the time, and having been part of conversations with John and Mary Beck back at that time, and the foresight to place the land in the protection of Kiwi 2 Trust, to know that his confidence in doing that has not been misplaced, and to know also that since the family no longer have connection with that land, to know that there's been ongoing interest from the students at Lime Hills and from Kiwi 2 Trust, but more importantly from the farmers who continue to farm that land, to respect, I guess, the passion that these forces had, and to promote the ongoing sustainability and furtherance, I guess, of that important piece of land and the kōwhai. It's lovely to hear. Thank you.
I agree. It's really it's overused, but it's a bit of a no-brainer when one farmer can see what another farmer did 30, 40 years ago. It's they can connect to that. There's passion there, and they're like, well, that was significant to this farmer. I can honour that. That makes sense to me.
Cool. So we've got a very easy recommendation on the page here that we acknowledge that you've come and done a fantastic presentation, and thank you for the good work that you've been doing, and keep it up. We look forward to seeing this carry on in the positive fashion that it has been for the last 30 to 40 years. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move that. Just need a second it. Thank you, Councillor Bright. All in favour?
Aye.
Yeah, if there's anyone against, so that's carried. Thank you very much. Really, thank you.
Could I just say one more thing very briefly? We're going to have a field trip to the site in November, the first week of November, and I'll make sure you all get an invite. So if you'd like to see both Reach with some passionate people who've been involved for decades, and also a nearby farm that's got a similar ecosystem, and Mr. John Cowie was recently awarded a national award for his conservation work. We'll be visiting both those properties, so you might enjoy that, and I'll make sure you know about it so you can come if you like.
Thank you. Okay, so for us too, we just had a slight change in the agenda order. So the next item is the draft unmanned aerial UAV policy application, 7.4, page 59, recommendations on page 60. Teresa and Kevin.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. You may recall that the policy team are undertaking a policy suite, so we're reviewing 4 policies at the same time so we can go up for public consultation at the same time. So Jane Edwards came to the last council meeting to present the dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings policy to seek endorsement for it to go up for public consultation. So today I'm here to present the other 3 policies that are part of that suite, one of which is Jane's. So if the draft policies are endorsed, they will go up for public consultation from the 13th of July to the August. So first I will do Jane's policy, which is the draft unmanned aerial vehicle policy, or drone. Jane's sorry that she couldn't make it today, so I'm presenting on her behalf, and she's given me something to read to introduce the report. So this report seeks Council's endorsement to go up for consultation on the draft unmanned aerial vehicle policy, which is presented with the report. This policy sets out the conditions for use of UAVs on council-owned or controlled land in the district. The draft presented with this report will have substantially the same effect as the current policy, but there were some common themes that came out of the pre-engagement that we need to address. You'll see that the draft incorporates the ability for those operators with CAA Part 102 certification to request ongoing blanket approval from Council. We have also reduced the minimum distance between UAV users and acknowledgement of requests that organised drone events are able to be held. There appears to have been some uncertainty in the district as to the scope of the policy, and so the draft has sought to emphasise that the scope is only over land council owns or controls, rather than over the district as a whole. We are now looking to consult with the public as part of the policy suite, and to that end, staff are recommending today that Council endorses the draft policy presented, which will go up for consultation from mid-July to mid-August before coming back to Council for any hearings, deliberation and adoption. So I've got Kevin here, who's the owner of the policy. There's applications that come into the Council, so we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. And I guess we just had a example of some drone footage before for the council-owned, or some council-owned land. But I guess just a observation or question for me is, whilst the drone is accessing over council-owned land, it's, if you've got a camera on it, you can obviously view a lot more than the land you're above. So it's yeah, a little bit grey in that aspect, but I guess it's kind of a nature of what it is. But yeah, are there any questions from the floor, Councillor?
Yes, I did provide this feedback, but not specifically probably to Kevin or Teresa. It would appear that there has been a in the drone world, there has been a change in terminology to uncrewed instead of unmanned, which reflects, say, probably a better description. And I'm just wondering if we should now take the lead in that space and use the word uncrewed instead of unmanned.
Is that possible to do?
Yeah, as long as there's no statutory definition or a legal definition that we've got to use unmanned, I'm pretty open to whatever we call it, as long as the intent's the same. We'll just double check that.
Yes. Through your worship, that's exactly my concern, because this is a technically, there could probably know more between aviation and others, but this seems to be a generic term, and to man something means, as I understand as an English language, is simply to man it something. Maybe I'm manning the till or something, so there's a dictionary meaning as a verb to it. Are we referring to it as a noun? But as long as we are clear internationally, whatever the standards are, because our changing one thing won't really affect anything else here, so we best dot our I's and T's here that we are not contradicting something. I don't think our using this or not using this really has a big impact on the larger scope of things. It must be absolutely correct with scientific or internationally accepted terminology that we are not.
So we'll double check that point.
That's right. I guess just a comment on if the policy's got its intentions, wanting to ensure that it's not discouraging the positive use of drones around council properties and the opportunities of inspecting community facilities like halls and looking at the roofs and the guttering and maintenance, knowing that we can use this technology to avoid the costs of multiple people involved in health and safety of getting someone up on a ladder. We want to make sure that we can still encourage the use of this technology to use in its appropriate fashion. Is there any risk that this policy might discourage that?
No, if you look at Your Worship, if you look at the purpose, it says the Southland District Council grants permission. So it has always been a policy, but with certain restrictions. So we've always taken the position, as you've said, of going with technology and encouraging the use of technology for the benefits, etc. But like anything, sometimes there's always some restrictions with it. In this particular case, it's just the restrictions. It's an enabling policy with these restrictions. So in terms of your point,
have we got any current contractors using UAVs for property maintenance in our at the moment?
Sorry, Councillor, I specifically can't answer that question, but I would be surprised if there isn't. But that's, I can't answer. That's something for Mark or his team to answer, so sorry.
Just before I ask my question, Matt, I did use a drone for exactly that purpose a few years ago, and under this policy, it was incredibly easy, and yeah, worked really well. We just need to get line of sight from one site to another to make sure we had a line for it, which was incredibly useful. So yeah, it's a drone user. I think the policy's permission giving, it works. My only thought, and I wonder about in the title whether we in brackets put drone, just to provide some real clarity. Yeah.
Councillor Duffy.
Good morning. Yes, just it's not stated specifically, and I guess the policy covers it anyway, but I just have a wee bit of concern about drones being used over beaches. And I guess it's sort of probably Curio in my mind, but also probably Taramia Bay and perhaps one or two others, where I don't think it's altogether appropriate in usual circumstances when there's people on the beach, you know, using the leisure time. Do you think we need to state that, or do you think it's? I mean, as I say, it's implied anyway. But how do we sit with that?
Through your worship, it's, as Teresa said before, this policy we're talking about here is for council-owned land only. It is not a policy around people flying drones over private property or over beaches or whatever that are not under council's control. Those relevant landowners or the CAA rules apply there. This is just council's position as its property owner, what restrictions we're placing or what rules and restrictions we're placing over people flying drones over council property. If it's not a council property, it's not subject to this policy. But our position, as I reiterate, is an enabling position with those restrictions. This is what we've tried to make more clear in the policy, because we do get a significant amount of inquiries from people wanting to fly drones, and we say, look, you need to check with those landowners, or we've got to talk with CAA because we can't get involved because it's not our property. Yeah, it's the point you're making, Councillor, on beaches is it's not an uncommon issue, and if you look at what we've tried to do in terms of our restrictions, in terms of our open spaces, is tried to limit the effect on other people legitimately using our sports fields and things like that, to try and ensure that they can cohabitate without one having an effect on anybody else's recreational time. But the same principle applies to what you're saying about beaches, but we can't get involved in that because it's not our property.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's worth noting as well that the likes of DOC, they don't allow drones over most of their land as well. Country.
No, they charge a fee, and you have to get a consent.
Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Worship. Just more a comment around having 4 policies presented at once, recognise the work that sits behind this and all of that is occurring. My question's more around how do we ensure, or what do we do to enable public to be aware that these policies are out for feedback, and what is a short time? And also I'd be interested in some feedback about what difference it makes to having 4 policies out for feedback at the same time. Are we likely to get increased feedback, which would be ideal, because we like to have as many comments on these policies as possible, because we don't do that often.
I can probably speak to the latter one. So we did originally have 4 policies and 2 bylaws together. We decided to pull the 2 bylaws away from the policy suite because they're longer and more complex. So the idea by having the 4 together is that one person may be interested in one of the policies and then look at the other ones and can do it all at one time. So it is a trial to see how that works. So it's successful and we've got a lot of responses, and that's how we would measure success. We may look to carry on doing it that way.
Just in terms of how the public know, all for that.
I'm not sure if we've done a communications campaign around that, but it's on our website and we do have queries about it. People who have generally, contact the council as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Louise, do you want to?
Through you, Your Worship, we have a full campaign going on the bylaws that includes radio advertising, newspaper material in the pages in the Express, and the material on the website, material on Make It Stick, and Facebook posts that will be ongoing during the time of the engagement.
Councillor Baker,
Through Europe, I was wondering whether there is any appetite for us to start looking at how we tailor the first edition to our, to the needs of the ratepayers. Is it possible that anything that's coming up for approval in the preceding edition, we can put those in there? Because I've seen, regardless of how much consultation we do have, be it Facebook or something, at the best we seem to hope for is a few hundred with the very best. And that is, at least I think that way we also cover the council spaces that we are not engaging, or we are not engaging visibly enough. Because that's a magazine that's heading to every single ratepayer's property. And for me, the more I look at it, the more it seems to be a missed opportunity to truly get genuine feedback and engagement there. If there's some way to do this, I will also be raising the same issue when we speak about the change of the voting systems. That's a major change, and I think the consultation ends on the 7th on Make It Stick. I don't know how many we have so far, but are these missed opportunities?
Through you, Your Worship, we certainly, when the timeline fits, do put information in first edition around engagement that's happening. It's quite difficult because it's now down to 3 editions, and so and the timing quite often doesn't fit with the engagement. And until we're absolutely sure that the engagement is going to happen, you can't put something in the previous one, because then if it doesn't happen, we've advertised something that then doesn't happen. But we certainly can work, we certainly, as much as we possibly can, push any engagement or consultation that is going to happen into first edition. So, for example, in March next year, when first edition comes out, we'll be also pushing the long-term plan consultation document as well. It is to try and reach as many people, we try as many different channels for engagement. But it's always around whether the people are interested in engaging. Basically, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And we do a lot of different ways of trying to reach people specifically for engagement type and consultation type things. And we try different things all the time. So in terms of the voting one, I know that the numbers, I think, are up around 60 or 70 last time I was talking to the staff who were collecting them. But that was about a week ago, so I suspect it's even further because we've done more pushing out again. Again, it is it's always a challenge to try and get the numbers up for people to engage with council.
I think just to Councillor Baker's point, that it'd be good to actually, with sort of things like this, where we've got the control over the timeframes, to actually try and get that alignment with when things are being released and when things are coming out, if we can align them in the right way so we can get the best kind of spread.
I think the difficulty with that is if you've got 3 editions of first edition, you've got to spread them out. So you have one in the beginning of like in March, April, one in July, August, and one in December, because if you try to change it for meeting other requirements, then you might have 2 editions right after each other, and then you're missing a big chunk of time. So what we try and do is have that spread, and keep an idea of have a pretty clear idea of what engagement or consultation is coming up, so we can try and add it in when we can.
Your Worship, that figure of 60 is quite sad, very honestly, when I look at it. But this is, I know I'm getting away from the discussion here, but certainly a mention of saying that some of these bylaws will be coming up, for looking again at the end of the year, and possibly, Rob, and this is to you, it could possibly be in your Facebook Live too. Could possibly included there, because I see your video went up and it had close to 800 views in 24 hours. That's far more engagement than we've managed through anything else.
Through you, Your Worship, one of my staff is obviously listening. 175 submissions as of today on the voting.
And then happy to include that in my as well. Are there any further questions? Councillor Wilson?
Just seeking clarity on one of the comments in the policy just regards to the Civil Aviation Authority rules, and it refers to Part 102. Is that in effect that if under Part 102 you've got UAV certification, it supersedes this policy? Because it basically nullifies the need to get consent before flying over people. How does that affect over council land on this policy?
And the conversations Jane and I had after her communications with CAA, I think we're talking about that through in 4.4. Council may authorise an ongoing approval for Part 102 certified operators for certain locations or situations. Yeah, the intent of that is particularly with engineering firms, for example, with the use of technology now. If they're Part 102A certified, that what we're saying is if they came to us with their certification and whatever, we can give them blanket approval, so that then when they are doing work, they don't have to come and seek approval, because a lot of the rules and regulations and requirements for them to be Part 102 certified covers a lot of the issues that we've got in relation to our concerns about people using our properties anyway. So if they're already up at that level, then they understand the issues and the requirements that we would apply for a non-certified person. So yes, we're saying that if you are certified, come to us and we can, with your certification and conditions and what you're certified for or whatever, and we'll look at it, and if it's appropriate, we'll give you a blanket approval. Yep, to make it as easier and enabling as possible for people.
So in theory, if a sports club wanted to continue drone use over a sports field for filming a sports event, they could potentially go down that Part 102 certification to just continue doing that without having to apply for each individual event.
Yes, correct. If they're certified.
That's a bit of a process.
It is a bit of a process, yes.
102 is a bit of that's through the civil aviation.
It's through the CAA, and that's what we're saying is because they've got to go through such a rigorous process with CAA to get 102 certified, that we don't want them to be worrying about some of the rats and mice sort of stuff. You're up there, so that's fine.
So if there's no further questions, we've got our recommendations on page 60 that we receive this report and that we agree to endorse the draft use of unmanned or unpiloted aerial vehicle policy for public transportation. Do we want to put a recommendation in there changing I guess just noting the dates for the consultation period from 8 a.m. on the 13th of July to 5 p.m. on the 14th of August.
Do we want staff is this to go?
Uncrewed. It's the terminology that has to be gone through.
And also noting drone at the end of it. So someone in a position to move those recommendations? Councillor Graney, seconded Councillor Fraser. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone against?
Right.
Was Paula useful?
Were you a yay or a nay, Councillor Duffy?
It was meant to be a yay.
Thank you. I'll declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. Yay. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 7.2, which is the draft Easter Sunday shop trading policy consultation, which is page 31 of your agenda, with the recommendations on page 34. Teresa and Louise is staying at the table. I'll hand over to you, Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, legislation restricts what shops can open on Easter Sunday under certain shops under certain conditions. But we can have a policy. Councils can have a policy in place to allow shops to open. So, council have had a policy in place since 2017 that allows all shops in the Southland district to open if they wish to. And this policy will automatically revert next year. So early engagement indicator support for this policy to continue. Therefore, only amendments have been proposed, mainly to the structure of the report. So also legislation requires us to go through a special consultative procedure, and that's essentially a higher bar of consultation. That mainly, in this case, and is most relevant, is in regards to the statement of proposal, which is attached to the report, and it provides further details and options for the policy. That document's available for the public, so they get a greater understanding of the issues. So we're seeking endorsement for the draft policy as well as the statement of proposal. Take any questions?
Thanks, Teresa. Do we have any questions? A lot of information in the end. It's a pretty straightforward report. So if we don't have any questions, I'll move straight to the recommendations. There's quite a few of them there, right through to G. So we've got the standard A to C, which is receiving the report. D, endorsing the draft Easter Sunday shop trading policy. Adopting the statement of proposal for the draft policy. Releasing the statement of proposal for public consultation from the 13th of July to the 14th of August, the same time frame as the previous one, and considers that the actions constitute making the statement of proposal as widely available as reasonably practicable in accordance with Section 83 of the Local Government Act. So that's using print, digital and online media and other applicable avenues, giving notice to Te Ao Marama, having the draft policy accessible on Council's website, and having copies of the draft policy available at all Council offices. So is there someone in a position to move motions? Councillor Keast, Councillor Chamberlain. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? It's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. 7.3, the draft smoke vape free open spaces policy. This is page 47 of your agenda. We're the same people at the table to present this one.
Thank you. So the government has a smoke-free goal of having less than 5% of New Zealanders smoke-free by 2025, and our current policy supports that goal, and we focus our efforts on those places where young people gather, in particular playgrounds, sports fields. So one thing to note is that this policy is not enforceable, but serves as an educational tool. So vaping has been included in recent smoke-free legislation, so that's why this policy is getting reviewed to see if we should also be including vaping. So this new legislation aims to make vaping available to people that want to smoke, want to quit smoking, but restricts access of vaping products to young people under the age of 18. So early engagement with stakeholders supported the inclusion of vaping in the policy, but they wanted some wanted to increase the number of focus areas to include cemeteries and parks and reserves. Our feedback from the public was more mixed, with varying views on the proposal. So in order to support the health of our communities, it is proposed that vaping is included in the policy, but through the consultation we will seek feedback from submitters about the areas that they want they think we should be focusing our signage and promotion on. So, and lastly, the communications plan referred to in the existing policy will be reviewed, and we'll work on creating a more up-to-date plan alongside partners and stakeholders and staff, and determine if any budget is required. So this is the endorsement of the policy today, so we can go up for public consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment that there is not a lot of research around the impact of vaping, but the anecdotal and comments I've heard today talk about the significant concerns around this, and we know particularly our young people, despite not being able to access it until they're 18, seem to have the product available for their use. I just wonder if we can look to have the communication plan forward so it's not taking 2 years to do this, because we're hearing this concern from a number of areas, and I'd like to see that we are considering that in this policy and seeing if we can have a communication plan out a lot earlier than that. I hesitate to dictate a time around that, but we may have a comment about when that is possible, please.
Through you, Your Worship, one of the key things we want to do around this once is work with Youth Council as well to get some feedback for as part of the consultation. So that will be being pushed as well. But yes, we can do a comms plan as soon as that can sit alongside it when it's adopted.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
I'm just interested in education versus enforcement, and obviously there's a legal issue behind that. So there's no scope for us to do enforcement. Is that the case, or is that a decision we're making not to be able to have enforcement?
Yeah, there's no legal backing for it. I think there's no other council that has it enforceable. I think you may get legally challenged if we do. So I think our scope is at this stage.
Do you suspect it will change over time with the public pressure?
Yeah, possibly, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, the enforceable side of it is quite hard to see. As a musician, I spend a lot of time in hospitality venues where it is enforceable because it's the rules of the house. Don't vape inside, and it's pretty constant in front of me and not great to be around. But seeing that culturally and out in society, even in places that it is enforceable, it's very common to ignore the education or the enforceable rules in place. I just want to make a comment. I mean, I support the policy, but around that enforceable, it's an education piece with no ability for enforcement. And the way it relates to other issues in the community, like we've had a lot of issues around litter and things like that in the community that does actually have legislation behind it to be enforceable under the Litter Act. However, opportunities to do education around that space and put up signage regarding that fact of something that is enforceable, the response has been the education piece being signage would be ignored by the people that are going to do it anyway, and it's been the reason to not do anything. So I guess I'm just pointing out the parallel to this one of we could put signage up that we acknowledge can't be enforced to try and educate, whereas in other spaces with problems in the community that people have pointed out they're concerned about, we actually had legislation behind us that we can enforce those things. The fact of people will ignore the signage has been the reason that we haven't done anything. I feel like that is a slight misalignment in terms of our approach here. And I guess the correlation between those two subjects being we know that there's an uptake in this activity, and the other side effect of it is there's going to be a lot of disposable vape products now out there in the community, and it's going to add to litter, it's going to add to waste. I'd like to encourage that some thought is put into how that's managed in future, and I know there's companies worldwide, and I think it has come to New Zealand now, one called, I think, Terra Cycle, focusing on opportunities on recycling and getting rid of those disposable vape products, because otherwise it's just going to be another rising product that just keeps ending up in landfill. So we can educate in this space, we can't enforce in this space, but there might be some opportunities to do some other pragmatic things in this space to mitigate some of the problems that are going to be presented. That's my comment.
It shows the interconnectedness of everything that we kind of do. Things don't sort of operate on their own. Councillor Chamberlain?
Through you, Rob. What's our rules of allowing shops to sell vapes? Do we have any control there, or
not within the district plan? I don't think. But
we are tightening legislation in that regard. And I think with disposable vapes that will no longer be able to sell soon. And there are restrictions about where vape shops can be. So
that would be an easier one to manage and enforce rather than.
I don't know about you guys, but I used to have the odd durry when I was a kid, and then I sort of outgrew it. And I think this will potentially, hopefully, happen again with vaping. Although in saying that, 2 days ago I was in a car park, parked up, and there were a couple of teenagers in the car, and I don't suspect that they were smokers, but a person did come along, go into a shop, bought some vape products out and gave them to them. They opened them and started experimenting with them, raspberry, strawberry flavoured stuff, all the rest of it. While we can't legally stop operators from opening vape stores in prime locations in the middle of our towns and cities, which seems to be happening and sensationalising the whole idea of vaping or smoking or whatever it is, I think we can put a little bit more pressure not only on our own kids in terms of the dangers around it, but also on those people who do run those establishments by essentially teaching our kids to boycott them if we can. And saying that, it's it's a massive health issue more than anything else. So, I mean, we can't legally really do anything about it, I suppose, at some stage, there'll be a time when that probably wasn't a great thing to do, and then we'll move on to these things. So, overall, it's an education thing. Maybe, I don't know, do vape products have warnings already printed on them? Do we have legislation that exists that if you open a vape store in the main street of a town, that if you are caught selling, vape products to underage, that the penalties are severe? Do we have those existing things? And if not, should we?
Some of those are in place already, and you can't sell to under 18s. And also minimising those raspberry flavours. Only sell lethal. I think that's the only flavour in certain areas as well. So the legislation's tightening continuously. There's been a lot of layers of legislation in recent years to try, I think as the government has realised that there's been such an uptake by youth and that the health impacts are unknown.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, I'm just picking up on the comment around disposable vapes. They will be banned in New Zealand from November this year, and the government has already stopped new vaping shops within 300 metres of a school in Marae. And I know from local experience in Tiana that public pressure actually put pay to a vaping shop being opened in Tiana, and that's happened in the last 6 months. So, I think there's more and more coming into play in this space.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we can move to the recommendations on page 48. So we'll receive the report and endorse the draft smoke vape free open spaces policy for public consultation over the same time frame. So is someone in the question? Councillor Chamberlain, the seconder, Councillor Greeny. there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
No one's against, and that's carried. And it might be a good time now to break for morning tea. Thank you, Teresa.
The report I'm presenting today is the audit fees unbudgeted expenditure, and I take this report as being read. As part of Deloitte's proposal to audit Council on behalf of the Auditor General, a fee proposal for the 22-23 annual report was included. This indicated audit fees of $182,118 excluding GST plus actual disbursements, an increase of $41,417 compared to the 21-22 actual audit fee charged. An increase had previously been indicated to Council when Audit New Zealand were undertaking Council's audit, but due to COVID-19 occurring at the time, the Auditor General approved only a small increase for that 3-year term. This fee represents the start of a new 3-year term. We have been advised by Deloitte that the hourly recovery of Council's audits is the lowest of the 10 councils that they audit. It reflects the good quality of records they receive from us, and that Council does not have the complexity of some other councils. Including disbursements, the budget shortfall is expected to be $50,417. Staff propose that the shortfall be funded from the repurposing of $33,492 of the internal audit fees budgeted for 22-23, and the remainder $16,925 to come from any year-end operational underspends or the District Ops Reserve. Due to the change in auditor and additional work required to get agreement for Deloitte to remain as our internal auditor, the budget for the internal audit program for 22-23 was not required, with the 23-24 budget including an allowance for the internal audit program. The Finance and Insurance Committee at the 7th of June 23 meeting recommended to Council that it approve the $16,925 unbudgeted expenditure and agree to the repurposing of the $33,492 internal audit fees to the audit of the annual report for 22-23. Staff are recommending that Council approves today the unbudgeted expenditure of $16,925 GST exclusive for the 22-23 financial year for increased audit fees to be funded from the operational underspends in 22-23 or the District Op Reserves, and approves the repurposing of $33,492 from the internal audit budget in the 22-23 financial year to the funding of the 22-23 annual report audit fees. Back to you, Your Worship, for any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. And I guess what's comforting and something that's not pleasant to have unbudgeted expenditure for something that we don't have any control over, the fact that we need to audit it. And I think it's comforting to know that we are at the lowest end of that scale due to the fact that we are, I guess, easy to work with and doing a really good job. And also a note in paragraph 16 that they're going to be looking at ensuring they're doing their flights in the cheapest time and everything too, so that will impact on those costs. So I'm comforted by those factors. Are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Wilson?
I guess just a curiosity on what you were just saying with the interesting that we're the lesser of the other councils that they audit, but it'd be interesting to know how that's reflected on a per capita basis. If the other councils that they're auditing is a big ratepayer base, it'd be interesting to know what other councils they're referring to and how big are their ratepayer bases. It might not be as impressive of a metric based on how it's being framed.
I think some of it will be complexity of the type of work that's done in the council with the different operations that they do. But did you want to answer that at all?
Well, some of it is the complexity of the other councils. I don't know the 10 councils that they audit and may know. But it's also, it involves things like how prepared we are and how we get their information to them. Like we've already started gathering information even for the final audit. So if we're prepared, we get the information to them, we answer their questions, we're on call for them. We make their audit easier, it costs us less. So we just do our best basically to make it easier so that we don't actually incur additional costs for the audit.
Councillor Duffy.
No, I'm fine. My hand wasn't up. was it?
Your virtual hand is.
David touched it, though.
Your
Yes, take his hand down.
Nice.
Any other questions from the floor? Councillor Boatwright?
Your Worship, have we set our budgets for next year for the audit fees, and what are we aiming for those to be at, if we have?
We've increased our audit fee budget by 100,000 for next year, which also includes like the internal as well for any increase, and also for the LTP because we're expecting an increase across all of those, and that's already been included in the annual plan. The actual audit fee for next year, that's the question that you've asked me, and I am sorry, I will get back to you on that one. I deal with it all the time, but I didn't actually. I have a feeling I've put down 194 for the audit, but I would have to confirm that. But I think it's around 194.
So the 100,000 increase that you're saying is overall internal.
100,000 will proposed to cover all of the increases that were needed for the LTP and the annual plan.
So year on year, based on it, how much has that come to?
For you, Mr. Chair, remember, of course, the LTP is only audited every 3 years. So, of course, it drops back down again to just the audit fee that we've currently got. So it's only every third year that we're going to. So next year, I think we allowed, 30 or 40,000 for this, and 60,000 for the LTP audit. We may not need that level. We're just anticipating. So that letter still has to come from Deloitte to tell us how much it's going to cost us to audit the LTP. We just made a due allowance in there.
Through you, Your Worship. So just to confirm, out of that 100,000, 40 grand is for auditing the LTP. Or was it 50?
No, that's just the increase to what we already had budgeted.
Yes, and that component is due to?
So we increased our budget by 100,000. We allowed, I think it was around 40,000 for the annual report, and we allowed another 60,000 for the audit of the long-term plan, because we'd been basing it on the past, and we needed to make some due allowance for the fact that it had increased the way they did.
So, through you, Your Worship, are you able to tell me when we last got our long-term plan audited? And I know it wasn't a big five, one of the big five at that point. How does that compare to where we are hoping it's going to cost us next year?
So it's all based off this Deloitte costings. The audit of our long-term plan is considerably less than our annual report, and I'm expecting that to change this time round. So that's why I increased it like I did. If we don't need it, we don't spend it, that's fine. You guys still have to approve it because it's still going to be coming back as part of an engagement letter.
Thank you.
Councillor Minton.
Thank you, Richard. I think it might be useful for our ratepayers to understand what that means in percentage increases as well, because they relate that to their rate increase. I don't know what that, otherwise I don't know what that means.
For the 100,000 that I've put in, the percentage increase is 0.17% on the rates that have been approved in the long-term, approved in the annual plan.
Very helpful. I'm impressed with you having that on the top of your head. Thank you.
And got me prepared.
Might be going over old stuff, but to me, it seems like they've taken the mickey out of us a bit. They feel that they've got us over a barrel and charging us exorbitant amounts, really. I mean, that's a pretty huge increase. And I know there's obviously a shortage of auditors out there, but is there any point going back to the market and saying, well, we're not happy with this quote, we're going to go back and see who else can do it?
We had the discussion at the Finance and Insurance around that, and I think that the Chair was very comfortable with his experience actually working in that audit sector, that it was reflective of the current environment and it was a fair cost. And I think given the fact that it was at that lower end of that scale as well, it provides some comfort that we are. I mean, nationally there's been a discussion through other councils, because we're not the only one that's obviously facing these increases. And some of the conversation has been around the level of stuff that needs to be audited. Obviously, they've got their scope of work that they have to do, which impacts the cost. So if that scope of work that they need to look at potentially decreases, then that will have an impact on the costing as well. So, I mean, it's an LGNZ kind of conversation between all of the councils, but some of the councils have much higher increases than what we've had as well. So it's I guess it's a sector-wide conversation to be having
Yeah,
around.
I just feel it's wrong that you've been forced to do something by law and then we're going to charge you a fortune to do it.
It'd be nice if the outfit requesting us to do the audit covered the audit themselves. So if the government paid for the audit, that would be a...
Might be a few other issues to add to that list.
Councillor Keys?
Thank you, Worship. Just the reflecting on what the rate actually is compared to what you pay your accountant, the hourly rate, because they're putting in, was it 900 hours they were allowing to do it? So it's actually about the quantity of work that they do that makes it cost so much. Because if I look at what the hourly rate my accountant charges me, well,
Yeah, but
it's not too far out of the way.
I don't like my accountant. I can go down the road and try out another one. So, and then now you have a choice. But in this process, we're not getting choice. And being forced to pay for it.
The point being that that is the market rate. You know, like you could go in, but you're not going to get an auditor for less than the rates that you're actually charging. It's the volume of work that they actually have to do, and whether that actually, what benefit that ultimately adds for our ratepayers. I don't dispute that we need to be audited and checks and balances in place, but you know, is 900 hours worth that in comparison to the money that we're spending or we're taking from ratepayers? And that's what we need to have the assurance about. So it's a matter of balance. So
Any further questions?
Oh yeah, probably a statement more than anything. It's probably, I think a greater risk would be revolving around making the wrong decisions around forecasting what our assets are worth versus what we insure them for. The cost of, having robust discussions around the table about, what assets are at risk, what assets need to be replaced, what the cost of insuring those are. I think in order to be able to really warrant what could be deemed to be an expensive process, we just have to be really wary of those things, because I'm assuming that will ultimately, that will have a big influence over what that auditing cost will be from their perspective as well as theirs. Yeah.
I guess through you, Mr. Chair, just to drop back one section, the whole purpose of an audit is to provide assurance. Provide that assurance to your ratepayers and to council itself that the way that we're undertaking our financial operations is within the regulations and it's appropriate, and they're also checking on the probity is concerned. As part of that, they definitely are looking at the valuations that have been undertaken and giving you assurance that due diligence has been done by myself and the team, that the valuations are appropriate, and we've asked the appropriate questions of those of assets. So, I hear the comment equally that we are a captive market, and I have argued that point for a very long time. I guess that is the role of the Office of the Auditor General, and you would like to think that in him doing his role, which he is doing, he is looking at all the audit fees that are being proposed and making sure that there's some level of, I suppose, consistency that's in there. In regards to our rate that we've been charged, if you take that $165,000 and divide it by 900, you get about $183 an hour. From the talks that we have had with the auditor, Mike Hawken, the other end of the scale is looking around the 220 mark at the top end of that. And it definitely is around the complexity. Sometimes it's not just about the ratepayer size, it's actually that complexity about how many CCOs they've got and the other operations that is occurring in that manner. So unfortunately, no, I have tried, even with the Office of the Auditor General, to go out and get it individually tendered. But to be honest with you, the cost of professionals now, seriously, I don't think you're going to get it any less.
Thanks, Anne. Okay, so we've got Councillor Wilson.
Just one other question following up on Anne's comment there. The complexity around CCOs, for example, our Great South being one of our CCOs shared with other councils, does the auditing of that CCO fall into this audit fee, or how's the responsibility of auditing that particular CCO shared throughout the other shareholders?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they are audited as well by Deloitte. So technically, they pay for their audit fee. Of course, we contribute towards their costs. So therefore, it is shared through that funding mechanism.
Do you know if they, like, how Deloitte's get appointed as that?
Because of that very fact, it's CCO.
So is that the same then for the other councils and shareholders that also have that same partnership with Deloitte as the auditor, or who between the three councils, who of their auditors becomes the default auditor for the CCO? Just trying to.
Mr. Chair, it's the Office of the Auditor General that appoints the auditors. So right now, Audit New Zealand is working for ICC, and we have Deloitte. So it'll be whoever they're appointing at that time. Of course, the Office of the Auditor General also expects that the director in charge, I think, is only there for 5 or 7 years. I'm just not sure. So they rotate those around as well. Those are their two suppliers for the auditors in local government. Actually, I think they're Ernst & Young as well.
Thanks, Ed. So we've got our recommendations on page 74. Noting that we approved an budget expenditure of 16,925 for the 22-23 financial year for the increased audit fees to be funded from operational underspends and or the district operation reserve, and approve the repurposing of 33,492 of the internal audit budget for the 22-23 financial year to the funding of the 22-23 annual audit report fees. Is there someone in a position to move? Councillor Menzies, seconded by Councillor Keast. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
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 Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you, Teresa. Okay, so we now move on to 7.6, the Waikaia Township Seal Extensions Unbudgeted Expenditure, which is on page 79 of the agenda, and I'll welcome Roy and Hartley.
Thank you, Worship. Good morning, councillors. The purpose of this report is to recommend to Council to approve unbudgeted expenditure of $52,000 for the cost fluctuations associated with the Waikaia seal extension sourced from the General Waikaia Reserve. The project was approved as part of the 2131 LTP with an original budget of $128,750. The report also covers a recommendation to restructure the project funding by utilising more of the reserve, the Waikaia Reserve, opposed to loaning. In the June Community Board meeting, we presented a report and was endorsed by the Community Board. We go to market and we got the three prices. They range from the 179,000 to 149,000 from three suppliers which have been undertaking our pavement rehabs this season. Unfortunately, the cost increases are consistent with other roading fluctuations we're experiencing in the market, which is unfortunate, but it's a reality and it's council-wide. So just to go through some detail of the costs and funding, obviously with that revised budget of required of 181,000. The original funding was going to be 87,000 from loan and 44,000 from the general reserve. The reserves are currently 102,30,000 with the 41,000 already allocated deducted from that figure. The proposal is to fund the unbudgeted expenditure from the general Waikaia reserve, and that will leave a budget of 79,000. The Community Board would like to retain a minimum of $20,000 in their reserve, so the new funding, which they have supported, would look like the total project funding of 181,000 will be funded 153,000 from the reserve and 28,000 from loan. In summary, so following on from that is also as part of this report and the discussion at the meeting is there was $6,885 allocated to footpath upgrades, which we'd also like to remove. They're not going to proceed within the LTP. So we've move on to our options, which is to fund the unbudgeted expenditure. The second option is to delay, suspend the project, or to look to reduce the scope, but we would recommend option one. Any questions?
It's just important to note that it's a locally funded reserve, so it's not district reserve, it's the local reserves of that board. Are there any questions from the floor?
Not so much a question, but I guess just reiterating the community's concern about the price increase on roading projects, which we're all familiar with, and just in the process of scoping the project and the price going up, it's obviously everyone's feeling those effects, but the community moving forward with wanting to get what they see as a valuable piece of work done in their community for the good of Waikaia, and doing that with their locally funded reserves and making the most of what is sometimes left to be a district decided and funded project, and working with their local funds to do that.
I guess it's quite a unique in that aspect where the local is feeding into what's normally district funded activity, but it's good to see that we can actually have that flexibility to allow the board to do that. Councillor Graney?
Yeah, through you, Worship. Are we confident now in terms of the time frame that this will be delivered, that there won't be any additional cost increases? What's the timing?
Through you, Your Worship, we do have prices for it, and I believe it can be delivered.
They'll be held. Okay, thank you. And also, my second question is, the community board is comfortable that leaving just $20,000 in their reserves is going to be adequate?
Through Your Worship, I believe so. That was discussed at the meeting at length. And
I guess just a further point, that sort of highlights one of the challenges with the long-term plan when you're setting the budgets at the start, and for something that could be 5 or 6 years down the track. It's very hard to crystal ball gaze at the time and get things right. So this is I guess a consequence of that as well. There's no further questions. I'll see if someone's in a position to move those motions, noting that we approve the unbudgeted expenditure of 52,881, and the additional cost, and the restructuring of the funding of 181,631. And Councillor Watson, you're moving that. Seconder, Councillor Chamberlain. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
One, Councillor Duffy. Anyone against?
Yeah, no, I'm in favour. I just was a bit slow hitting the mute button. Sorry.
That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Rob. Okay, next up we have the financial report for the period ended 31st of May. It's on page 87 of your agenda. And I'll welcome Joni to the table, and Dan.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. I'm here to present the financial report for the period 31 May 2023, and as you know, the purpose of this report is to provide Council with an overview of our financial results for the 11 months. The substantive changes from this report to the previous report is shown in bold text with underline. Operating income for the 11-month period is 4.2 million, or 4% below projection. Corporate services income is 1.7 million, or 9% lower than projection, with forestry income overall being under projection due to the Dipton forestry activities, which will now commence in the new financial year, as well as the harvesting planned at Ojai in the current year to continue in the 23-24 financial year. Transport income is 2.6 million, or 8% lower than projection, with the majority of this underspend relating to the district roading business unit. Operating expenditure for the period is 5.5 million, or 5% below projection, with community resources operating expenditure being 1.6 million, or 8% below projection. Corporate services 1.6 million, and environmental services 1.1 million, or 11% below projection. And then lastly, capital expenditure for the period is 12.8 million, or 36% lower than projection. Sewerage capital costs are 2.4 million, or 55% below projection. Some budget carry forwards expected to the new financial year. Stormwater capital costs are 1.9 million, or 86% below projection, with approximately $1 million to be carried forward to complete Winton and Tihana in the new year. Transport capital costs are 5.4 million, or 28% below projection, and it's still expected that the Waka Kotahi allocated funding will be utilised during the 3-year period ending in 23-24. Water supply capital costs are 1.2 million or 39% under projection, and the total expected carry forwards for the water supply projects will be $1.1 million. That's it from me, thank you.
Thanks, Jane. I've got a couple of questions myself, but I might give you first. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this has been clarified in the report, but just to double check, with respect to the delay around our bridging projects due to further communication required with Waka Kotahi, they have reached the stage where we are guaranteed that we're able to utilise all the funding that has been provided by Waka Kotahi. We're not expecting any further financial ramifications, I guess, in the following year.
Through Your Worship, so we do have flexibility in terms of the 3-year window to utilise and shift between the 3-year window. So as sort of highlighted multiple times that we've had those initial delays in getting that approval. That is, we've received that approval and that program is now underway in terms of procuring of our bridges that we have got approval for. So that process is well underway at the moment. So we're expecting to deliver as much of that as we can in this final funding year. Any of the expenditure from the 22-23 financial year has been carried over to 23-24. And we'll see to spend as much as we can.
So, as much as we can, does that mean that we will what we've planned, be able to complete what we had planned to do in that 3-year term? So all the bridges planned to be built will be built.
The budget will be spent, not all necessarily the planned bridges, because as with the previous report, we'll see what those costs come in once the tender close. That'll then probably determine how much of the program we manage to deliver within the available budget. So it's both of those combined, really. So I'll have a better idea once we've actually procured the bridges for replacement and when we get those tenders back.
Sorry, just one more question. So around that, communities will be expecting their bridge to be replaced, and so we will have the communication to them in a timely way should that change, because of the projected costs are far greater than the funding that's been allowed for.
That's correct. So any implications of not being able to replace any bridges, we'll then look at the long-term plan and where they fall within year 1, year 2 of the long-term plan, and obviously form part of our next funding application to Waka Kotahi, because we've got a reasonably big bridge replacement program for a number of years still to come.
Just while Hutley's at the table, in the transport section with the dust suppression, with that being undersubscribed, is that going to be carried forward and provide an increase in the future year?
Through Your Worship, so that's correct. We'll give that opportunity to carry this budget. If we find that we have a similar scenario with year, ultimately this year that we're in now, so year 3 of the funding window, if we do have any undersubscription, we'll be going back to council to see, well, what do we do with, I suppose, that remaining council/NZTA share, because at the moment, while that money is there, we're still reliant on, I suppose, the private individual contributing to utilise that fund. Obviously, we don't want to necessarily not spend that money if there's other opportunities, but we'll have a better idea once that subscription period closes.
So that closed at the end of June, didn't it?
So we'll go out. No, we're going out now.
Okay, great. Now, cool. Yeah. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had another question in relation to that as well, because we're expecting a report to come to council on how well those otter seal works have lasted and the ones that haven't lasted, and what the impact of that has been. So when might we see that?
We're just waiting on some information from the supplier that did the majority of the sealing work, to get some technical information from them. That's the only outstanding bit at the moment. So we're chasing them.
Because I imagine that will impact on people's decision to go ahead with contributing towards the cost of that.
Correct. And for council ourselves, we don't necessarily want to be investing that money and be at risk of taking on a liability that's beyond what we're expecting.
Through you, Richard, can we get some sort of breakdown on that dust suppression, because it's incredibly expensive for the short time that they're doing the job?
Yeah, I can include that in the report. The majority of the cost is actually just associated with the bitumen, actual spraying of the black stuff, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, in my experience, it took them longer to put up the 50k signs than what it did to do the job. Yeah, it was hard to justify the amount of money that it took for the time that they were there.
Just a further question from me around the corporate services income. With that being an internal cost with the council effectively charging the council, with that income being reduced, is there actually any effect on rates with that, or is that just really an internal?
So any surplus that exists at the end of the year will go to the district operations reserve. And of course, every year when we set our budgets, we take into account what actual costs have been in the previous years. We've set our budgets for 23, 24 already, but that money is still available for council operations.
So a shortage in income and that won't have any material?
No, it doesn't affect the rates we've called for that year because they're set earlier on. All it does is means that you've got a larger district ops reserve that you could use for other purposes. And it also means that when we set the budgets for the future, we just carefully check those.
Game of tennis, isn't it?
Just a question around the community housing, because I think there was about 52,000 under budget there. Does that mean we need to change those expectations in the future, or we will have different systems in place to kind of manage the vacancies in our rental units?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's a very good question and something we're actually currently looking at as part of our long-term plan, because as we've previously informed Council, we allow for 50 weeks of occupancy in a year, but depending on, as Kevin noted, that when occupants are leaving, we're having to maybe actually take longer to refurbish some of those units due to changes in fridge sizes and such like. We are going to be looking at whether actually we should change that expectation maybe lower. So we're just doing a wee bit of work now to go back and look historically to see what sort of level of occupancy existed.
Thank you, because given that gap, that's quite considerable given the rental income that's being coming in. Thank you.
Well, that's effectively nine units vacant for a whole year, and yeah, I'd be quite interested to even look at some KPIs around that as well, rather than extending the allowable time for them to be vacant, almost looking at the other way of incentivising them to be filled quicker as well to aim for that income. Are there any further questions, Councillor Blackrock?
Thank you, Your Worship. The DNR investigation project under libraries underspent by 148K. How much was the total budget for this one, please? And there's obviously more to this investigation, the scope of it, I could understand.
Sorry, which page are we on?
I am on page 95. Was the entire amount 148K? Because it says underspent by 148K.
That's the top of the page. Investigation.
The entire project, the part for this year, through Your Worship, is underspent by 100.
That is reassuring. That would.
And what was that for? What's the investigation?
What's the scope of that, please?
Te Anau Basin Development Review. Isn't it?
Experts in the room.
Right, thank you. So the investigation project was the work on the board plan stuff, which is now the Te Anau Basin Development Plan. So that funding for that is coming from the residue of Milford Opportunity Stage 2, rather than from the funding that the Community Board had set aside for it. So that's why it was $150,000. That's not being, or 148. It's not being spent on that project.
So it's coming from, sorry, it's through the man of the. Okay.
So the entire project is 148K. Yeah.
It's underspent by 148.
It's underspent.
The investigation project, the DNR investigation project is underspent. How much was the entire investigation project work. Thank you so much.
That was all funded by Noel. Is that correct? Sorry, what was
Was
that?
that funded by Milford Opportunities?
It was the MB funding that we had for stage 2. So it's the residual from there, which
So
we're
not ratepayer funded?
No.
Is that clarified, Councillor Chamberlain?
Yeah, I just make sure nothing's getting doubled up, you know.
There's no further discussion. We've got the recommendation that we receive that report. Is there someone in a position to move that we receive it? Councillor Menzies, seconder, Councillor O'Brien. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And now it gives me great pleasure to welcome Dean Funga up to the table to talk about
Tēnā koutou, kia ora mō tō mihi mai ki au, kia whakatau ki rongi te kaupapa, ki rongi te kōrero o te rānei, ki rongi te kōrero o te tau, oko rangatira, koutou mā, tēnā koutou, Cameron mihi atu ki a koe hoki. Ko Dean Whanga hau no Motopohoi, no Awarua, kia tau ki rongi te whakaiti mihi atu ki a koutou. So thank you very much for the invitation again to come and speak about Matariki and this time of the year and the holiday that we're about to celebrate. Matariki, and I just want to acknowledge the District Council for last year, our first celebration of Matariki and the new holiday, and the staff that come down in their own time to help support Awarua and Ngāi Tahu down at Bluff in our inaugural celebrations down there, and your staff spent their time at night from about 5 or 6 or whatever it was, right through to 12 o'clock clean up or turn the lights off and supported us, and there was a good number of your staff. So I just want to acknowledge last year it was fantastic to have that support and other projects that are happening with the council around Matariki. But I got a wee bit of a kōrero on Matariki. Hopefully you'll be interested and be able to ask some questions. This is my brother and Rangi Matamua. They work together closely around projects out of universities up north, and they've become experts in the star law and stuff like that, Māori star law. And this is a part of their presentation, and they always give it to me to continue to tell the story. I've been telling the story of Matariki and Puanga, which is our Ngāi Tahu star, and I'll talk about that shortly, since about 2007, 2008. So I've been talking about this Māori New Year and the signs of the Māori New Year and the stars that are associated with it, which is the Matariki cluster. So this is our story, but generally this is also a Rangi Matamua story and all the rest of the knowledgeable people throughout Māoridom that know about these stars in the beginning of the new year and the helical rising of those stars, and how you interpret and how you celebrate at that particular time. So this is Rangi's story, and this the holes in the ground that you see on the right hand side, they were original astronomy whare that used to sit within that space and use it. They used to, in Rua Tahuna, all iwi throughout the land had their star observation whares and places where they would go to look at the stars and study the stars. This is Rangi's story, and that's where it's on top of a hill, and they would look at the stars and tell the stories about the stars. So some of these people are his tūpuna, and Edison Best wrote a book on the deficiencies, his astronomical knowledge of Māori, by Edison Best. And he spoke to those two tūpuna that you see on the previous page about star law, and he tried to extract as much information as what he could out of them, and he did get a little bit, but and And he made this comment after he had done his research that the available data concerning Māori star law is now exhausted and this account must be closed. The knowledge gained by us on this subject is meagre and unsatisfactory, but it is now too late to remedy the deficiency. So up until about 10 years ago, that was probably the go-to book. But anyhow, what actually happened at that particular time was that Edison Best gave this map because those two rangatira, those two chiefs that he was speaking to, said, "Oh, well, can we have that map that you're showing us and you're wanting us to fill out? Can you give it to us?" And so what actually happened was that they then went away. They only gave out so much information, so they then went away and they filled out a manuscript and all the stars that they knew, and then from a very meagre amount, from say about 30 or 40 descriptors on potential stars, they went out and filled out the rest. And what that manuscript come up with the little bit of work that they did, they identified 1,000 stars with Māori names, 100 constellations, and that was Rangi's ancestor's manuscript, and that's his grandfather there, Tumi Rawiri Matamua. And so we have this huge resource that's only just coming to light in the last five or so years that's being shared now. So yeah, why is Matariki so important? Matariki, te whetu tapua te tau, sacred star of the year. Here it is up there. And anyhow. Star cluster, an open star cluster, 1,000 stars, lovely blue, quite new. And Matariki, or the Pleiades, not sure if I say that right, but it's celebrated right throughout all cultures. And here in Aotearoa, here in the Pacifica, the Pacific, here it is up here. Here's Aoraki Mount Cook. This is what we call Taumata Kuku or Te Kakau, and this is that's Taurus, that's the horns of Taurus. And up here we have some important stars around Orion. We'll talk about those shortly. But here you'll see Matariki has come with the journeys of Polynesia right through the Pacific and gone out to the furthest reaches of the Pacific, where they have names that are just different languages, variations right throughout the Pacific. Down here in Aotearoa, we call it Matariki. Those that travel to Hawaii regularly, the L gets changed for a Matariki, an L, and then some of the K's get glutterized, so you'll get Mahali, and right across the Pacific, you can see how important that star cluster was, and has many names, including Te Mata o Te Ariki Tawhiri Mātia. So you have this story about creation and how the sky and the earth got separated. And if you look at some of these stories that Māori talk about, there's a lot of it's personified, but they say that the earth and Rangi Sky Father got separated, and then in comes an atmosphere, and inside that atmosphere comes an environment, and the different parts of the environment have different personified names. So that's our understanding of the environment. It's very much similar to everybody else's understanding. The science says the same thing, that the sky got separated and an atmosphere got created, and inside that all the different things got the ecological or the environmental things, and humans come into that space. So we talk about that. But the Mata o Te Ariki was at that real interesting time when there was the separation of Rangi and Papa, and all the environmental elements were very much in opposition or fighting or finding their space, and the winds was one of the most dynamic forces back in those days, at those times of creation. And the Mata o Ariki Tawhiri Mātia, it talks about the eyes of this great of wind, and how they were. So the wind was not happy at that particular time. He was fighting with all the other elements, including the earth and the forests, and all those were creating themselves. And he was the one that was not happy that the sky was being separated from his mother, Papa Tuanuku. And he got that disgusted with it that he ripped out his eyes and threw them into the sky, and they become the Pleiades. And that's the Pleiades cluster. And that's why the wind is blind. It goes here, there, and everywhere, and it's not directed. This is how the wind works. It's very blind, and it's you get a wind there, and then it goes here, there, and everywhere because we say the wind is blind. But here's a whole lot of other names. It shows the importance across different iwi with all them different names. And we have, these are the Greek names or Latin names for those different stars in that star cluster, but we have our ones, and I'll talk to you about those shortly. Pūtakawa and Hiwaitarangi. Some people have suggesting that they're all females, but in our traditions, you can see that it's very much tāne or male. Tupuarangi, Rangi's sky father, earth mother, female. Matariki, the big mum. Ururangi is associated with the wind, who's male, angry. Punarangi associated with a woman, wahine. And Hiwaitarangi is sacred star, that's the wishing star. Pūtakawa is associated with passing or death. And Waiti is associated with fresh water and female. And so different parts of our environment have got female and male characteristics to them. I don't know if you feel the same way. Parts of the environment you go to, we say, oh, that feels female. Well, because we know that, because we're told that that realm is feminine or masculine. And here's the whakapapa. The whakapapa is Matariki, the star cluster, or she married Rehua, who is Antares, which is in the constellation that you might know of Scorpio. And he's a very bright red star, big chief. But here are all the children of that, which I've just talked about. But these two, Pūtakawa and Hiwaitarangi, very sacred. There's all the rest to balance up, male, female, male, female, male, female. But Pūtakawa and Hiwaitarangi are very sacred because that's an imbalance. There's this wahine strength of female. So there's not that male balance to balance them out, hence their sacredness. Pūtakawa, we don't have Pūtakawa down here, but the leaping of spirits and our people, some people might go straight to heaven. But Māori have this, we tell when our people pass, we tell them to go on their journey and return home to the true place. And there's a pathway that tells them how to get back to the true place. And Pūtakawa is really important because the leaping of spirits at Te Rerenga Wairua, North Cape, is off a Pūtakawa tree, so hence that association. Tupuanuki, all that star is associated with things that grow on the ground. That star, you look at it, and depending on its brightness or how you read it, you've got to be expert in how you read it over the years. And over years, you get confidence in saying, well, it's not that bright. Maybe the food on the land is not going to be that great. And then you take a read from that, and then, maybe I've got to be really careful about how I grow my kumara, which doesn't grow down here. And the interesting thing about there's a star cluster out there that's very low in the sky. We can't see we're too far south to see there's a kumara in the sky as a constellation, but we're that far south that we can't see it because it's over the horizon, and that's maybe why we can't go kumara down here. It's just coincidence. But furthest you can go kumara at this particular climate weather that we have is about Temuka, about Christchurch. Tupuarangi kai that's is above the ground, berries and birds and those sorts of things. So look at that star and get a read from that. If it's bright, well, maybe we're going to be looking at big fat plump birds and lots of berries and stuff. And if it isn't, then you might have to go put your resources to the other types of food that might be available, which is Waiti. This is out at Waikawa, and these are the lamprey or the kanakana, a freshwater fish, very popular for Māori. I don't know who's had a feed of kanakana, but yeah, you can handle a couple. That's about it. But they're very sweet, and very nice. I recommend them. Wai ta means salt after the taste of your sweat. If you taste your sweat, it gets a bit salty, and that's what ta means. The water and the salt. But the kai from the moana. And so look at that star. If you're looking at that star and thinking, oh, maybe it's going to be a difficult fishing season next year, depending on how you read it and how proficient you are at reading. Waipunarangi is those waters that come from the sky, the rainfall playing up just in the last couple of days. Well, probably this whole year, actually. I don't know what the read was last year, but obviously the east coast of the North Island may have looked at that star and had a different read on what we get down here. But the experts might have looked at it and said, oh, that star doesn't look too good this year on the west coast, and hence all the rain that they're getting up there. We've had a dry period right up till now, but yeah, we've been dry for ages. It's the north that are getting whacked. Ururangi, for you, Julie, that's your place. Out your way. And you can see that it's pretty windy out there, and hence Ururangi, and that's that star that talks about the weather in terms of the wind, and wind's really important in terms of your ability to grow things, and yeah, and you can get a read on how windy things might be with that star, Ururangi. He Waitarangi, that's that sacred star, and it's a wishing star, and you look up at it, and when we do our ceremonies, we one of the last things we do is make a wish for the year, and that's very similar to a European concept of having your wishes or for the year at New Year's. Very similar. So we're the same. We're all the same. Wish upon a star. So when and why do we look for matariki? Why is the timing so important? For those that are familiar with the stars, the helical stars, the stars that rise in the morning out to the east, and they just start up over here and they swing across and they head down and they go down in the evening. But this is the star you look out for is Piperi, or the Aries set of stars, which are just up about here, really. I'll show you shortly. It is matariki, and that's what you'll see on. You should be just about seeing it like this now. But there's a right time to read. There's a right time to read the stars. You're probably seeing that at the morning at about 6:30, between 6:30 and 7 in the morning at the moment, out to the east. That's what it'll look like. And because we're so low, I talked about we don't see some stars that you can see up north. It's because of how low we are down on the horizon. So matariki will be it rises so many degrees above the horizon. Yeah, up north it might be 10 degrees above the horizon, and then up at the equator it might be right up. I don't know if that's what you call 90% or not 100% sure. Yeah, this is a little bit confusing because you've got to be sort of understand how the sun, how long it takes for the sun to go around a full rotation of the sun, or the Earth, a full rotation of the sun, and it takes 354 days, 365, sorry. But the months, the moon turns 12 times, and it turns on once for the moon to get around the Earth. It takes 29.5, so there's a gap of 11 days each year, and we have leap years to try and figure all that out. But Māori, every 3 years, we add an extra month to get it back on track, because when you're looking at the stars and you're waiting for the star to come up, it might not be there because of that 11-day shift. This is, yeah, you've got to get that in your head, but I don't want to explain it too much. It's too much hard thinking. Even I have to think about it. But every third year, you add an extra month. So there's 13 years of you add an extra month so that it starts lining up again. When that star cluster, Aries, comes up, it works in with the matariki coming up and the right phase of the moon. So I won't get too into that, but it's an interesting. But so here's the moon phases in Māori, but this is the right time to celebrate the tangaroa moons, they call them. Tangaroa, so you go like that, and you look up, and the moon is waning. This is waxing, this is waning every month. And this is the right time to celebrate or look at the stars, look at that star cluster to say that, look at the star cluster and make your readings. If you don't want to do your readings, this is a really vibrant time each month to go fishing and to do all that food harvesting. And yeah, it's a very productive time of the month. And then it starts getting into this dangerous territory over here, and I'll tell you why. So these are still this is the right time to celebrate Matariki, around about that week. But you don't want to celebrate on the new moon, because the new moon is a dark period, and a lot of cultures in the world talk about the dark period of the moon. So there's no light, and that's when, the goths and the ghosts and all that sort of stuff. We call it Whiro, the Whiro moon. Whiro was sort of like the fallen angel for us as well. And so that's not the time you want to go out and celebrate anything, but some people do. Some people think that that's the changing from the new to new things and growth again. But that's the right time to celebrate, right time to read the stars, which is why it's around about next week. And this is about the moon period of Tangaroa. That's what that is. And in the star, we have a constellation called Te Waka Aorangi, and these are the main stars that are part of it, Matariki on that end and Orion on that end. But what it is, that's what it looks like if we were to draw our constellation. For 11 months of the year, as people pass, they get collected every night. Matariki goes through the sky, and we say that the spirits of stars, the spirits of people get collected and put up into this place here called Te Hao Orua, which is a star. Interestingly enough, I find this really interesting, that Te Hao Orua, which is Orion's nebula, is a very close, one of the closest to our solar system that creates stars. It's a star-making part of our galaxy. It's the closest, but our story says that each night for 11 months, the souls of people get collected and they get placed up here, and right beside this star, which is right beside this cluster, where stars are made. Because what we say in our poetical speech is, haere ki a whetū rangi here, go and become stars. And it's like, gee, funny how our ancestors knew how to go and put them up there, the closest star-making cluster to our solar system. So it always freaks me out there. But here it is. So this waka goes across the sky for 11 months. I'll tell you why it's only 11 months, because you can't see it for 1 month. You can't see Matariki for 1 month of the year. So here it goes. The front of the waka is Matariki, the back of it is Orion, and then this is the net. These are all the stars that make up the net. Taurus, or Hokota, is the sails. So, right, should be a play here somewhere. Right. This is a month before, this is last month. And we know that Matariki is about to disappear. So the interesting thing, and this is why we're talking about this, for a whole month, according to our traditions, the people that die in this month don't get collected because you can't see the waka's not in the sky. And we know, and we're saying farewell to Matariki for a month. So what happens to those spirits? They just hang around for a month and they get collected later on in the piece. So there we go. That's the waka of Rangi setting and gone for a month. Now this is it coming up. So you've disappeared for a month. Now we're about to celebrate it. We're looking for it. And away we go. This is Pipiti, this is Aries here, and we're waiting for that, and then here comes the waka. It comes up, and hello, we stop, we're waiting for it, and we see Pipiti, because we know the month is a Pipiti month, and then the waka comes up, we're waiting for it, to acknowledge its return. So that's what we're doing. So how do we acknowledge its return? Whāngai, te hautapu, tohunga, kokorangi, te take mō tiatia. So we acknowledge it by feeding or feeding the stars, or giving thanks to the stars, and we're giving something back. So we make a sacred fire, and we acknowledge the different stars and the different realms that have the different types of food, and we ask for 4 types of food: food from the sea, food from the land, food from the fresh water, and food from freshwater, saltwater, land, and the trees. There might be a bird in there. And I know it's not a pigeon. Traditionally it might have been a pigeon, but they're chickens now. Here we are. Here's our whānau doing a hautapu, waiting to, here's Matariki there. They are reading the stars and looking up and saying, oh geez, what's happening? What's going to happen for our, trying to read the new year. Here is us at Midhiku Marae. I was doing a ceremony back in 2008, I think this might have been, 2009. So we were doing our ceremony way back then. And Michael, myself, and undertaking that ceremony. So why do we want to have a public holiday in winter? What are the holidays that we currently celebrate? So we currently celebrate New Year's, of course, in December, January. And the reason is that's an uplifted holiday from the Northern Hemisphere, brought down with our European tūpuna, our whakapapa or our ancestry from Europe, and they brought that, they also celebrated in the low part of the year. So your land and everything falls away, all your fruits and of your labour are collected up and put into storage. Then you have a time to reflect when things are cold in the winter, and then you acknowledge things starting to grow again. And that's what happened in the Northern Hemisphere with all the cultures in the Northern Hemisphere. But these were uplifted when our ancestors come to Aotearoa back in the 1800s, and they wanted to celebrate at the same time in December, which was happening, December, January, it was happening up in the Northern Hemisphere. So we brought that tradition south with our European ancestors, and but down in the Southern Hemisphere, we'd celebrate it in our winter period as well. And this is why this public holiday for iwi is so important, to do it at the right time of the year when it was always traditionally celebrated. So it's nothing different than what's happening in the Northern Hemisphere, except we've got the timing back in line with the environment, and that's what's happening. The environment tells us when the time of the year is right to celebrate. So in the Southern Hemisphere, it's June, July. And here is this is Rangi here, and the Prime Minister of the day. We're all part of getting that holiday for us, and these are the those are the days that we're going to celebrate that holiday. But these are the reasons why it was done in the Northern Hemisphere and why we're doing it down here. It's a time to remember loved ones who are no longer with us. So it's a time of reflection. Give thanks to the year for that has passed. Lots of stuff, and we thank for the good and we thank for the not so good, because we can reflect and make changes on that. So it's a good time to reflect. Cook a meal and offer it to Matariki. So it's just a little bit of, we thank you for the food that we have received and all those other things. And it's not the food, it's the steam and all that goes up, and symbolic acknowledgement to the higher beings, and plan for next year. Good time to sit down and reflect. It's a bit cold, no one goes out too much, and it's a good time to sit down and reflect and plan for the next year. Spend time with the family and friends, that's what we intend to do. Have a nice feast, cook up a feast. So it's exactly the same things you do at Christmas time, but do it this time. Plan to grow a garden, write down your wishes for the year, and have a bit of a shindig, celebrate. Down here in the south, we've got this other star in the Orion belt, and that's it up there. Rigel, here's your the pot. I might call it the pot. A whole lot of other names. This is Beetlejuice, whatever it is, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, whatever that is. Rises the niche as well as Matariki. Rises a smidgen before Matariki, and it's easily seen in Te Waipunanga. Yeah, it's a little bit, have I got it up the right way? It's different than the Northern Hemisphere. This could be up the wrong way. It's got a whole lot of other names, including those. Most people refer to it as the pot, but that's tautoro to us. Yeah, any questions? So we're, again, really grateful for the support that we received from the council last year. And there's some wonderful projects later on that someone might talk about that we're working on together around wayfinding. So happy to answer any questions. Yeah, just want to acknowledge you and I wish you all a lovely Matariki celebration holiday next week. Hope it's next week.
Thanks very much, team. That was really informative, and I enjoyed that the last time you did it, and still learned something this time as well. So
thanks, Rob.
I think just reflecting as well with our long-term plans. So I thought if we could get an extra month for delivery of the long-term plan, that would be good. Are there any questions?
I've got a question. We've got 9 different points of interpretation to celebrate Matariki around the Southland region. There's a lot of information that you've given us today, and it's really compelling and interesting from a Kiwi perspective in particular. Imagine how compelling and exciting that would be from a visitor's perspective in New Zealand. And understanding and interpreting those areas. Would there be any value in engaging local iwi in the southern region to, over the period of Matariki, invite people in and basically replicate what you've kind of done in some way, shape or form?
Well, I think let's talk about the wayfinding project. So yeah, you're right. We've got we've been working with the district council, and it was they brought it to our attention how great would it be if we applied for some funding and did some wayfinding across the Southern District Council takiwa or area, and then we want to tell these stories. We want to acknowledge these stories, but we thought that it'd be a great idea that if the 9 sites, we would be able to come to one, learn a story there, and be really fascinated by it, and then wayfind to the next site. And then, but at each site you wanted something different. You don't want to sort of just have the same sort of not just symbology, but the same sort of artwork or attraction at those sites. And you wanted something different than the next, and then you would want you to go to the next. So it's like that tour around the Southern Scenic Route or through the Southern District Council of Takiwa. But at each site there would be different interpretations of and the reasons why we picked each star to be in each area. So like Waipunarangi in the Tiana area, which is the lake and all that sort of stuff, so with water and all that stuff falling from the land. But we will tell that story there. We've got some placeholders in place at the moment until we build good interpretation. And then within that interpretation, there would be a po and a different plant that represents that site that's really important. Tell a story about another constellation, but also, I forget what that's, the wee clicky thing that you click on and then you'll get some,
QR code.
QR coding and all that sort of stuff that'll go into it and tell even more stories, all that modern stuff. So we're working on that too. So what we would excited about this project is that people are going to learn, but they're also going to go to those towns and enjoy themselves and want to go to the next one and want to see what's happening at the next one. Just by creating a story of wayfinding across places like Slope Point, which is it's already an attraction, but there'll be another attraction there that tells a story about the windiness or why it's important for Ururangi to be there, which is that star that talks about the winds and so then they go to there, then they'll uplift themselves. So that was a good story. I want to go to the next one. So it's storytelling, and hopefully it's just taking people around your areas, and then they'll go there and they'll do all the other attractions that your towns have. So that's the whole idea of that wayfinding, and just appreciative that sort of whakaaro or that idea got brought to a partnership relationship, and it'd be a great idea if we did something like that.
So based on where the moon is at the moment, should we all be having a party right about now?
Next week.
Next
week. Yeah.
Next week.
Next week. Oh, yeah. That's why we got it. That's why they picked closest to that Tangaroa period, that just before the end of the month, or before it goes new moon, just before it goes new moon, and that's the best period. It's a real, like I say, it's a real abundant time of the month, and yeah, so they picked some dates that were Fridays or Mondays. I think I can't remember they were Fridays or Mondays. It gives you a long weekend. It gives you an opportunity to go away and do your thing, have a high or meet your family and stuff like that.
Councillor Ravenclaw, have you got your hand up?
Oh, thanks, Rob. Through you. Hi, Dane. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that, and I was really touched last time you presented to us as well, and you sent through the presentation. But I'm actually in Northland, and we went up to Cape Reinga on Monday, and we went into Spirits Bay, and it was raining, but it was absolutely amazing and very emotive place to go to. And this afternoon we're heading to Waitangi, but thank you so much. I really enjoyed that today.
Kia ora, Margaret. Sorry, I just looked at the time and I'm taking up your lunch.
No, we started late, so it's been. Have we got any other questions? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Kia ora, Dean, that was really enlightening. I understand, and it's marvellous that we are getting one of the po at Curio Bay. I understand that the place selected is up on the headland, and I'm just thinking, I'm a wee bit. I mean, I know that spot will be selected for very good reasons, but I'm just a wee bit worried about vehicles. I guess it would make some sense to perhaps protect it with, say, decent-sized rocks or something, because
no, we haven't picked. We've just got some temporary ones in, and Paul, and I think it's still got a little bit of discussion about the exact location, and those sorts of things need to be had. Those sorts of discussions need to be had to take advantage of its positioning, and the one that we're proposing at Curio Bay or Porpoise Bay, we would try and work with you and others to make sure that it's positioned properly in the right place for all those reasons that you're talking about. It could be a bit windy up there, and at this particular stage, I think the temporary one's a lot lower down. It's not up top.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no decisions at all made for exact locations because we're going to work well on that with yous. To take the best advantage of the story and the people that come through your townships.
Very good. Thanks, Dean.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again, Dean. Really appreciate it. And you're welcome to join us for lunch as well. I think just before we break for lunch, Councillor Menzies will do a cut here to please support.
Ki tāku whānau, mena whaua, kia ora. Our family, friends and food, we say thank you.
We'll break for lunch.
Councillors, thank you. I'll take it that you've had a look at the report. So basically the purpose is to seek approval from council to proceed with the divestment process to transfer the water discharge permanent water plant to Matuku Water Supply Limited. There are 4 families that are in the scheme. A request was received from Matuku Water Supply Limited for council to transfer the water permit discharge permanent water plant to Matuku Water Supply to create a new entity, Matuku Water Supply Limited, formed by the farmers that are currently in the scheme, which there's 4. So just a wee bit of background. I'll touch on a couple, not all. The running costs of the scheme have been funded by a targeted rate paid by members of the scheme, while owned by council, and any shortfalls of capital works have been funded by a loan. Loan balance as of the 30 June 23 is $1,600. Council has received legal opinion for the divestment of the scheme, whereby it deemed that Local Government Act 2002 does not prevent the transfer of the scheme, as it's not a drinking water supply. Included in the legal advice is the process to be followed for the divestment to be executed, including the notification to Te Mara ROI. The 4 families in the Matuku Rural Scheme have formed a company known as the Matuku Water Supply Limited. And we received that request on the 6th. We received a further request from the solicitors on the 16th of June, confirming the request along their initial request in February, along with confirmation of that it's a stockwater scheme, the commitment to undertake consent conditions and financial security to operate and maintain the scheme. We also put the lawyers to draft some conditions for an agreement of transfer to the scheme if it gets approved, and that's not actually a major by any stretch of the imagination. In summary, on approval of transfer, to council would cease to administer, operate or have any role in the rural supply to any rural properties at Matuku. We had discussions held to date with the community up there, which has been quite a few. Have indicated that on settlement the loans owing less any reserve balances would need to be paid to council. On the 28th of February, a formal request for divestment also included a request for council to consider the write-off of the loan current at $11,605. The reserve balance at the 30 June was estimated to be $3,000. The net amount, therefore, is forecast to be $8,605. Given that there are no water, and this is quite important, given that there are no water general reserves, options to fund that loan include use of another reserve, such as district operations or a strategic asset reserve. Prior to seeking council approval to continue with this process, we have had discussions with the Department of Internal Affairs as part of the National Transition Unit oversight and monitoring process. The advice received was that the divestment is considered business as usual and would be an intended decision and not a significant decision. So we keep them in the loop, but other than the legal bits and bobs, they wouldn't really have any issues with the divestment at this stage. So the issues that we see is ensuring the legal process for the divestment is followed, and that's around our due diligence as a council handing over a scheme in a fit state that we know it's up to scratch and everything's fine, and whatever course of action council takes with regard to the loan, in our view, would set a precedent for the future divestments of schemes if they occurred. On that note, we actually had an opportunity to take some DIA people to the Te Anau Basin meeting last week and Five Rivers. Te Anau Basin, my opinion after that meeting is I think they will just all of the schemes in the Te Anau Basin, I get the feeling would stay until the entities comes about or acted and wait and see what the entity brings before they make a decision to opt in, if they did in the future. And with the changes in the entity now, if they do decide to opt out, they've got a 10-year period to make that decision. So that's more than the 3 years as originally indicated. Five Rivers, a wee bit like this Matuku one, only a handful of farmers, a very basic scheme. I think they'd possibly look to opt out as opposed to staying in, but that's a bit further down the track. Going forward, the community views, because the transfer of the Matuku supply only impacts the 4 families who have initiated the divestment discussion. We don't believe that the wider community haven't sought any impact on the wider community because of the fact that of that process. But if we did decide to write off the loan, maybe that's something that we'd have to think about. So I'll just go down to the options. Options to consider to approve proceeding with the divestment. Advantages, council no longer has responsibility for the administration and operations. Disadvantages, none really. Option 2, that we not approve to transfer. Advantages, no advantages to council. Disadvantages, council continues to have the responsibility for the administration and operation of the rural scheme. Assessment of significance, again in relation to the scheme, not given the scheme is considered to be a strategic asset. It's only a small part of the district water plant reticulation and not a whole network. At its transfer only affects a small number of people, the 4 families. Staff do not believe the transfer constitutes a significant decision, as the DIA. And our recommendation is option 1, approve proceeding with the divestment process for the transfer for the compensation of $1. Questions?
Thanks, Matt. There's a couple of councillors that have been involved in the process. Did you, either one of the Councillor O'Brien or Wilson, want to provide a comment before we open up the questions?
I guess one question that isn't reflected in the report, and for my personal involvement in it, the formal request for seeking divestment was earlier this year, but the conversation regarding divestment goes further back prior to my involvement in the committee. Thanks to previous councillor John Douglas, who sat on that committee, he took the time to inform myself and councillor O'Brien just as far as the context of what the committee were in discussions with. The first meeting I was involved with, there was a bit of frustration expressed at the time that the agenda of that particular meeting didn't really reflect the process of divestment that had been previously talked about, that John Douglas had informed us was part of the discussion, yet the agenda didn't make a lot of mention of it. So there was a bit of a scramble of work to be done to continue that once that was raised by the chair. But Grant and the team have put a lot of work into getting that conversation caught up. The 4 farm families that are part of the scheme have done their due diligence in preparation to get this to happen, and I guess from that first point of contact that I had, seeing that there was a bit of potentially a miscommunication on the direction that the committee was seeking versus what was happening operationally. Following up on it, it's picked up momentum to the point that the results now in front of us. Howard Boyd, the chair, had asked, I talked to him earlier this week, and he had asked whether he should come to this meeting to address, and I suggested that with any questions that councillors may have, it could be wise, and in particularly around the requests that they've made around the divestment and also the forgiveness of the existing loan, the view of the committee that in effect by this divestment process and them taking over responsibility of the scheme, they are taking that responsibility away from council organisation, and particularly the committee's highlighted the concerns around the administration and resources constraints that it does on the council. One of those things being just the simple process of staff and vehicles having to go up to Mossburn area to facilitate that administration and governance. So he's entrusted that message to be delivered by myself, and yeah, I believe the process that's in front of us is truly what the committee has unified and decided upon, and I think they just want to get on with their steps forward.
Are there any?
Oh, probably, yeah, just, I mean, I think Councillor Wilson pretty much summarised that quite well. Yeah, just reiterating the feeling that I got from Matuku as well on that, from their perspective. Yeah, they were, you know, they're very, very keen to get this across the line. But yeah, I guess they were sort of saying, well, you know, why does it take 3 meetings to get to this point? Bearing in mind that, you know, we're going through some legislative changes that we're not really aware of with regards to Three Waters and you know, the uncertainty around that as well. So, you know, not only were the general public struggling with that, but also, you know, the staff members as well. Yeah, I guess my main concern is around the setting of a precedent for any future divestment of the schemes around this. So as a council, I think we've got to be wary of any other similar instances with regards to water schemes whereby if we do set the precedent that we're not going to, you know, I guess creating more bills around that. But as I say, like, they have a real desire and to want to take ownership. And also based on that Five Rivers one, while it's a different beast, The capital, the ongoing maintenance and the capex associated with the Five Rivers scheme is quite different, although I suspect that the Five Rivers scheme is more prevalent around the district. So that's based on a very simple sort of gravity-fed type system, whereas the Matuku is a little bit more complicated. It involves pumps and maintenance, contractors, and so on and so forth. Anything else?
I think that's why, through you, Mr. Chair, why I hit the point. I think out of any of these schemes, the only other ones that, in my view, seemed interested is Five Rivers. So about the loan, if none of the Tiania schemes are that interested, but it's risky. But they are very motivated. They're extremely motivated, and to be fair, the early discussions, we probably felt that we saw it as I saw it as something that was probably relatively easy until we realised the implications with the Local Government Act and then putting the reforms in. And you're all of a sudden something that became a little bit more difficult, to be fair.
And through your worship, probably adding to that, based on the number of meetings that have taken place to get to this point, based on the sentiment from Matuku, and also based on, I believe, the sentiment that'll be felt if we don't get this across the line. We run the risk of potentially some reputational damage with these people. And in the long run, I think it's just going to cost everyone a hell of a lot more based on what we've actually gone through to get to this point.
Rural schemes are not a lot of fun for us in council. I can assure you of that. They're up to the hard work.
I guess to me, the principal issue here, like what's in front of us kind of makes sense, and I don't see any issues with it, but the principle is around that loan forgiveness. And when you look at it, I mean, some may say it's a liability, but you've got a $440,000 value that's getting handed over, and then forgiving the loan at the same time. So I sort of need to get a bit more understanding around why we'd be sort of forgiving a loan at the same time as handing over, which on paper is an asset. Are there any sort of thoughts around that?
Well, I mean, with the loan, they've requested that, so I don't have an opinion. To be fair, that's entirely up to you. But I suppose if you look at it, this is almost two carrots there.
Councillor Bynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just around that loan, what is the total amount owing on all of the rural water schemes that could potentially be requested for divestment?
Through you, Your Worship, we'd have to give you the exact number, but the Tiania Basin does have significant loans that if one of those schemes did decide that they wanted to step away before we hand over to the water services entity, reasonable liability there, but I would need to confirm exactly what they were, but they're hundreds of thousands, not just...
Yeah, so, I mean, based on that, I mean, I'm comfortable with the handing over the scheme, but I'm a bit uncomfortable with writing off that loan just because of the potential that could blow up for the ratepayer.
Councillor Chamberlain?
I had a text from one of the members up there, and the other two guys might have to back it up, but the loan was caused by compliance rather than practical application. Would that be fair?
Just the cost of, I think we loaned the last consent, I think, wasn't it? Really?
Oh, I thought it was to do with repairing, it was a
repair?
plant.
Oh, yes, it was too, actually. So any
upgrade.
capital works that was, but the if it's a
So you just told me it was more compliance through council, it wasn't...
If it was compliance through council, the only compliance we got on those schemes is the consent.
I guess to speak to that, and from the knowledge of the conversations in the committee, there's been frustration expressed around the cost of compliance, and they understand that as well. As far as divestment and taking on responsibility themselves, they will be having to take on that responsibility of compliance costs, but their understanding of managing businesses, managing their farming properties, their understanding of taking this asset and managing it going forward, their belief is by removing that responsibility from council, it can be managed in a more financially prudent way. And I guess that is the basis behind the request to forgive the loan, is that the overall cost of the asset over the period that it's been run in the way that it's currently run is also somewhat more expensive due to the nature of just the cost of the administration and all of the other additional work that needs to go on behind the scenes.
Councillor Blackrock?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Matt, are you able to let us know, when you've been on this committee, what sort of figures, annual figures are we talking about, the compliance fund that they say have been saddled on them by council, if I understand it right? What sort of, any quantum ballpark figures?
I could find them in previous.
Might just help us get a better idea of, if we are, or if we do agree to waive off the loan, what sort of cost
Well, I think one of the recent figures that was discussed, and Grant might be able to help me here, was the cost of the water consent, the water take consent, and that consistently becoming quite a high cost. I think, what was the last one?
You're looking $50,000 to $100,000 almost as a minimum, yeah.
That is how frequently?
Through you, Your Worship. That was for a different scheme that had been renewed. That we just wanted to put in front of Matuku that by taking on this responsibility in the future to renew your consent, you're potentially going to be up for costs that are thousands of dollars. Currently, the rates that we take from the full families is approximately $40,000 a year for the running cost, which is mainly maintenance, and annual consent cost of $700 or $800 for the annual fee around that, and the electricity that they need to have for the ongoing running of the pumps. And then we also take some depreciation funding so that they can use that for the renewals going forward. Hence why there's a small reserve balance.
Because I think it's important to note as well that the consenting costs and everything are going to carry on irrespective of whether it's managed through council or through a private entity. So we've got Councillor Keast and Councillor Graney.
Yes, I think when they come August 2043, when they come to renew their discharge permit, and the other one's the same date, I think they'll give me some costs then, but won't be my problem. So, where is this situated? Is it on private land or is it on this? What?
It's through the intake and plant shed are on one of the farmers' properties, and the rest just the lines just go out through the properties. So there's a few easements involved, but that's all the stuff they'll take care of in the transfer agreement.
Right. Thank you.
Through your worship, I don't have an issue with approving the divestment, but given that we are approving something that has a value of over 400,000, we have the same opinion as Councillor Byers that the potential to set off any precedents with writing off loans doesn't only apply to a rural water scheme, but it actually applies to a whole heap of other things that council does and potentially ends up divesting as well. So whether it be halls, whether it be rural water supplies, whatever it is, it could be anything.
It's the principle.
It's the principle that sits behind it, and I don't feel comfortable looking at a write-off when the compensation is just $1 for an asset that's worth over $400,000.
Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Worship. I'm of a similar mind. I think while on the face of it, it seems to be a small amount and therefore easy to approve, I think we need to manage effectively the precedent that might be set. And I think that each and for other requests in the future around this type of approach could all argue for administration and other costs that they're faced around compliance. So I remain uncomfortable about the forgiveness of the but comfortable with the overall approval for it to be divested.
So just looking at the recommendations in front of us, we've got we split D and E. So A through to D, I think we're all pretty comfortable with. So I might separate them out, and then we'll do those ones first, and we'll look at E separately, which seems to be the one where we've got a bit of a difference of opinion.
We'll get a mover and a seconder for the whole
Yeah,
thing.
so we'll get a mover and a seconder for all of them, and then we'll put them differently. So someone in a position to move A through to E?
Yep.
Councillor O'Brien, seconder Councillor Keast.
Okay, so A and D.
So I'll put A through to D. All in favour, please say aye.
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 Anyone against?
Can I guess, propose a, is this A
through to D?
Through to D.
Yeah.
Yeah, not including. I was going to suggest either an amendment to E or F. I guess feeling the responsibility as a fairly new member allocated to the committee, and having the chair entrusting the sentiment behind that request. I was going to suggest perhaps whether we can table E to go back to the committee as far as determining more information, including how to determine that financial concept of the forgiveness of the loan, with more questions on how they perceive the cost of the administration and governance, how that's valued, and how that justifies the request of the loan. Because myself not knowing the financial context of that enough historically, I don't feel I'm able to really deliver that message well enough, and would suggest that perhaps going back to the committee for clarification on why that request for the forgiveness of loan and how that can be justified based on the actual financial principles behind it. I don't know how to word that as a resolution, but I'd like to propose that.
Well, I'll declare A through to D carried. And thank you for that, Councillor Wilson. So do we do that as a subsequent motion?
Should it be a resolution?
Yes, so we'll have to have an amendment to 3, which will have to be seconded.
Yeah. So would you like to move that amendment?
So officers seek further clarification
Rationale.
from the Matuku
Yeah, regarding
committee members.
regarding the request for the loan forgiveness, including
Regarding the request to write off the loan, blah, 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 blah.
yeah, including the financial rationale behind it. I think that's just pretty simple.
Which revolves around the overall value of the asset versus several unknowns around things like resource management compliances or further compliances that we're unaware of, but we can only assume will go up.
Councillor Boatwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may speak, I was wondering if you could elaborate. You said it is 40,000 a year that we charge the scheme.
So they pay a targeted rate, the four families pay a targeted rate.
That you said 700 to 800 is the annual consent.
Of that, they pay.
Are you able to break up, say, the last year's 40,000? How much of it that was par, consent, depreciation? It would help us on our end also by the time they come back with the rationale. How much are we charging them for admin, please? Thank you.
No problem.
So we'd just be able to, instead of then going back to you for more information, once they get back, we'd have both of those things with us simultaneously.
So through you, Your Worship, then you're requesting us to bring a further report through to council with that information for.
Subsequent to the information, I think, from the
Yes, so
if this motion goes through.
You know, compare apples with apples there, whether what they say stacks up with what's been happening at our end.
Councillor Greenie, did you?
Yeah, through you, Worship, it would seem that going back to the group themselves may end up just in a loop coming back to staff. So why would we go back to the group? Why would we not just request staff to provide the breakdown of the $40,000 that Councillor Beauprice mentioned, where those funds have been sent and how we've ended up in this loan position? It would seem to me that council are providing the information to the scheme right now, and so why would we not ask staff to provide the information?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it won't take us long to find out whether the loan was associated with repairs or consent, and the information is 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, was it any time, we got a letter on behalf of the lawyers for them. Did they ever directly email us? Do we have any sort of correspondence when they first asked for this?
Yes, it's in the report.
But with the rationale here that...
Oh, no, that was
just
can you please
consider this and this? Just that, yeah, thank you. Because I'm just wondering if there's any paperwork in the trail that is maybe missed here, nothing else.
Through you, Your Worship, the request was made at the end of a meeting when we had discussed the divestment around whether we could say yes, and we said we couldn't say yes because that would need to come to council for approval. And then in the letter from the chair in February, along with a formal request for divestment for us to proceed, they asked in writing for that as well, and then the solicitor has backed that up in his correspondence.
Councillor Chamberlain, did you have something?
Yeah, just my question would be, what are the obligations of the 4 families on the scheme if we didn't approve this? Could they walk away from it and the council get left with a $400 and something thousand asset that no one's using?
Well, we could carry on, and then they'll carry on as it and goes into the entity, and they'll be run under the entity.
I mean, if they didn't want the scheme, they could probably set up schemes on their own farm. They'll have the infrastructure on their own farms to pump the water. They've just got to find a water source.
Cost them a lot more.
Consents and everything as well. So this is an existing thing that's consented and everything. So there'd be a lot more work around.
You are allowed to take stock water.
So I guess looking at where this is kind of heading towards is leaving this on the table for further information to come back from staff, which would also allow the water supply committee to engage with one of the councillors to feedback as well. Physically going back, that enables time to interact with them, and if we bring it back to, I think the core part of this here is being dealt with in A through to D, and we can deal with E as a separate issue down the track. Is that what everyone's comfortable with that motion that Fiona's typing way behind? So you're happy to move that?
I'm happy to move that. On that financial information that we're seeking, I think it's easier to get the figures from consent and capital works and maintenance and things like that. One of the harder to define financial components, which is really, I guess, the question that drives the request, is what is the cost on the current management as far as the administration, the internal resources, the travel to and from meetings. Those are the kinds of associated costs that we are considering, and that's my understanding. So I'm not sure how to quantify those.
Which may or may not be included in the $40,000 as well. So I guess once we see that information, we'll probably get a better idea. So are you happy to move that, Councillor?
Is it red?
That's what it looks like at the moment, so we need a seconder for this amendment.
Cool, so we'd have a seconder.
No, that's first. There we go. Seconder for that amendment, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that.
Happy to second it. Councillor Byers, thank you. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Okay, we are now up to 7.2 in the open spaces program. Thank you. Angie Markin.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. I hope acknowledge that you've received this report, and just take questions you may have. How large it is?
Can't you give us a summary? Sorry.
So, did you want a summary, Councillor?
I just wanted to get you've spent a lot of time on this, just a quick summary of what you're proposing. What's proposed? 'Cause there's a lot of information here.
There's a large amount, yes. I guess the purpose is the best place for me to start with that. The report is both following on trying to ensure this current council is coming on this journey and understanding a bit of the background here, as well as how we
how we intend to move forward, and the purpose of the specific report is to give assurance and acknowledge that the annual program of works and how we move forward together about deciding programs of works and times tabling, and also to get decisions on the community project funding criteria excuse me, and process, so we can again move forward with that, to have a council decision around partnering specifically with iwi, specifically to this project, and to South Sea Spray is a specific project that a different part of the organisation was working on at a community level, but it's acknowledged by our team that if a decision is made to support that project, that because of the outcomes, the strategic outcomes of the open spaces project, that this is the right place for any decision about funding for it to land. So that's why that decision is within this report as well. So, is that okay?
And how much money are we talking about?
Specifically for the South Sea Spray?
The open spaces, this particular project.
So this particular project is 5.5. Something pop up on my computer. 5.5 across the entirety. So that was a million. What was approved through the 2018 LTP, spread across. You can see in the financial table in the financial area, spread across multiple years, of which some have passed, and so there is some substantial carry forwards to happen because of some of the issues highlighted so far. And really where we're at is trying to make sure that this current council has an understanding of how we intend to deliver on the intent, the seen intent of that 2018 funding through the LTP. Because there's a lot to be discussed.
I guess one of the things that I sort of struggle with, and I don't want to criticise previous councils or anything, but looking at it almost feels like it's a bit backwards the way it's kind of been done from the plan in 2014. I can understand in 2021 when it came through in the long-term plan from the 2018 long-term plan to actually deliver, but there was no actual strategic plan to deliver on. So I can understand the predicament that the staff have sort of found themselves in. Struggling to kind of rationalise all of that into how we sort of work with this now, where we haven't done the initial planning when the budget was set for it. So yeah, I think getting that tidied up is going to be really good as part of this process, but it's quite a bit to get our hair around, I guess. And looking at the actual way in which we allocate this funding and that mechanism, and it was towards the end of the report where I talked about having that panel to, I guess, filter out the requests at the start. And I just wondered about that process, whether that almost needs to be turned on its head a little bit around going through the community boards in conjunction with the staff at that initial stage, rather than sort of doing that down the end to filter out the needs of the projects based on the community need. And I guess balancing that with the district funding of it all is the district local funding challenge, I guess, is almost an unintended consequence of when this was initially planned in 2014 as well. So it's quite difficult to actually get our head around it. I don't know if anyone else is in the same boat as me, but I'm certainly struggling to get my head around how we actually do this in a fair way across the district. But Councillor Menzies, you had a question?
Thank you. Probably adding on to your comments that's already made, I've certainly struggled to get my head around this, and I think part of this is because it's been 9 years in the making. Decisions made back in 2014 around the need, and we're 9 years later, so the world is a little bit different. And then we had the 2017-18, was it, where there was a 17, where there were priority settings made. And then in 2022, we come along, there's 2018 long-term plan, and talking about the plan and delivering on that. And then in 2022, we had some further information, which has split this into three parts: the activation management, the strategic projects, and the community project. I'm almost getting there, but I'm not quite sure it's clear in my head. So, and under that, there's specific costs. Under the activation management, there's planning and resourcing, community activation and partnership and co-design, etc., and specific matters under that. But then we've got the strategic projects, and I see back, was that in 2017 or 18, there was a priority setting. So there was an analysis done of the needs around each of our communities. And in that analysis, there were recommendations for specific projects. I'm not clear in my head as to whether those community projects then moved into the strategic projects, and of those community projects, what may have been funded since through, say, Better Off funding, for example, or what have been identified and paid for through local funding. And therefore, if those projects have been identified and completed, is there a need for $5.5 million in the future, or do we just keep adding to the list, given where we are with rate rises, etc.? I think we're conscious of that discussion as well. So there were a number of projects identified. I'm assuming that not all those projects are on the current strategic priorities because they have been completed. And I wonder about what community input there has been into, I'm talking about community boards in conjunction with their communities, identifying where those projects are seen as a priority need. So where is that discussion and where it's reflected? And given in this, there is the recommendation that we link in with iwi, which to me is a given in every aspect of work we do, and I'm not sure, well, I'm a bit concerned we have to see that as a specific motion rather than what we do every day. But where is input from iwi into the projects already identified, and also how that fits into that assessment process that you were talking about, Mayor Rob. So to me, there's still a lot of information I need, and those projects, strategic projects, we're talking about the signage and website, the art project, Lumsden, Taramia, Winton, Te Anau. I feel it within that there's a whole area within the Southern District that's missed out altogether, and I wonder how that has occurred. And within that's the compliance at playgrounds, which has already occurred as well. So I don't know if that come out of this funding or where it comes from. And the community project fund process seems almost straightforward compared with the rest. But I would just like to see that allocation panel looked at quite differently, so it's not staff who are on that panel or just of staff in themselves, but I'd like to see, as was initially proposed around others being involved. I haven't got them all. No, it's Great South, Active Southland, SDC, but more than that, our communities and where iwi might sit on that assessment panel as well. Sorry, I'm taking you all over the place, but that's what I kind of felt at the end of trying to read it and make sense of it.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll try and succinctly, as much as I can, answer some of those questions, because absolutely agree, and certainly from a council staff perspective, I feel the same level of it's been a process to both take and acknowledge and do justice to our previous community's wishes, to then also try and put a plan of how we do and what we do and how we prioritise. So to answer the question, especially regarding the priority settings document, I believe I mentioned that in the workshop as well, is some have already been done through either local funding or external funding. And so through this report, trying to give this council table reassurance that how we actually get to a priority listing or an approval base of what strategic projects or what actual work flows out of that strategic project stream, especially being looked at every year, or every 6 months really. We're trying to break it down, but at least every year coming around this council table then gives us that time to then go, okay, back then we were told this, but actually we know that this part has occurred, this part hasn't, and actually also through our activation and management, and also through different streams of which information flows back to us, we have heard from community and community board this, and in this case, this matches this community board's plan, but not this one. So we suggest that the district funding does meet all of these outcomes across the district, so therefore we can put this funding towards those strategic outcomes. But in this case, the priority settings in this location is either no longer wanted or not of the top priority for us to suggest we put it in the strategic project work program for that year. But that was kind of how it was seen, as a way to make sure that as the decision-making table, your table has that final decision-making ability, but by actually taking the history of how vast, how many people we have, how many community boards and plans and things. So that's hopefully a little bit of assurance on one element. Multiple times we have tried to be really clear that in the January 2022 report brought up by Bridget and Nick, it was some of those examples were just examples to try and get the then council, and I'm not sure if any councillors want to speak to this, the then council to see some of the examples of the terminology that was being used. But any time there's been a list of things, really please press that if something is missing, it doesn't mean it's missing. It doesn't mean it won't end up being on a work program. It was just example based only. So no list has been an exhaustive list, and that's because basically a fundamental position that we've taken since last January, believing with the support of council, but again, previous councillors may be able to speak to that, was that fundamentally we know things are changing so quickly, both technology and community wishes and community abilities, that actually the activation management stream and our partnerships that we already have in our communities and with iwi and with whomever else comes on this journey with us is critical. And so that's why we didn't set like a 9-year, this is what we're going to achieve down to the detail with every strategic project, because we felt we would be double handling and doing to ourselves what we've already done by having some settings set years before we're actually due to deliver. And the long-term plan process seemed like that already fits that model. So that's probably some of my response for a couple of those. I'm not sure if I'll stop talking.
So through you, Worship, I also think we need to clarify the assessment panel. The assessment panel was set up for the community funded portion of the project.
I understand that. Sorry, that's what I mean. I was going through 3 different aspects of this overall plan, and it is a little bit confusing. And that was more straightforward. The assessment panel stood out.
And through your worship as well, what Mark said, yes, it definitely went through a few iterations, that panel. Advice we got given in regards to making it a committee would be against what we've been hearing from our communities, that more committees and more steps to access funding was problematic for us, and also for us and the resource that we have in council. And so by making sure that the final decision was still around this council table, but staff in that allocation panel are basically just the workhorses to say very clearly at the outset when we receive an application, this either does fit just the general strategy or it doesn't. So by the time it gets to the community boards to add support or not, and then council to make the decision or not, hopefully we've provided all of that legwork. That was really the only reason.
Talk about the iwi.
Yeah, so the iwi, certainly I'll speak to that as well. But I just wanted to see if there's any questions on those two.
I think just from my point of view, and I know we don't have this luxury of a blank sheet of paper, but just reflecting on like the ideal would be having the community board plans from each of the communities, identifying the open spaces in those areas, and then feeding that through into this whole long-term planning process, but also into this kind of work stream would be a really valuable way to kind of do it. I know we don't have that ability right in front of us right now with what we're looking at, but just to your point around the that structure with the assessment panel, I think I can understand how the communities don't want to see more layers of bureaucracy in achieving that funding, but I think running it as locally as possible at the first step actually will help with that process and the knowledge of the boards and the relevance of the boards in that discussion at that early stage rather than towards the end. I think we're missing a bit of valuable insight in there. also conscious I've got a few people wanting to talk and I'm hogging the microphone at the moment. But I've got Don, Sarah and Matt. Did you want to?
Yes, thank you.
And Maggie.
Your Worship. Thank you, Ange. Open spaces are so important for connected well-being of community. We have the Lime Hills School in here, and I just thought that was just wonderful, the work that they're doing up there, introducing the children to nature and helping them work with the environment in their area. But so I'm pretty disappointed with where we're going with this at the moment, but I'm encouraged with what I've heard so far and how perhaps it can be turned around and led by the community, what's important to them and their place. But $5.5 million, and that's loan funded over 30 years. So that's going to be an awful lot more than $5 million by the time it's all paid for. So there also needs to be something that changed around the structure of the way it's working with regards to the community, and also the way we're looking at this, the amount of money that we're considering here. That Lime Hills School, they're taking seeds from the trees and growing them themselves and transforming the environment up there. And I know that they get a little bit of funding, and perhaps everyone wants more, but I think $5.5 million way off the mark.
Councillor Green?
I think what we have here is actually so much history, and when you actually read through a lot of the documents, there's quite a lot that's been done here already. So my understanding is that 5.5 million was committed in 2018. A significant portion of that's already been spent.
But that work has been done, but hasn't necessarily been taken out of this budget because we have other funding.
Because of other, okay, all right. So in essence, money has been sent. Let's rephrase it then. Money, because projects have been achieved, and I can just look at Tiana. The LED lighting's been done. View Street parking has been done in Manapuri. The toilets are done. Boat ramps are done. Regardless of where the funding has come from, not necessarily out of this budget, that work has been done. So I think that's one point that actually needs to be put on the table here. Secondly, we're also in a position where looking at the timeframes, and it goes back to a point that I think I made last week. We have, since 2014, absolutely transitioned from the way that projects got assessed, the way they got costed, the way they got written into an LTP, and how they actually came into fruition in terms of where they sit today, in today's process of long-term planning. So that needs to be factored in. In addition to that, given the starting point of this, all the community board plans have been written since this date. And I know that Tiana commenced their community board plan back in 2018, which very much ties in with here. So the community board plans do already capture quite a lot of the essence of actually what's rolling through in the description of what we've got here. I think we're at a point of actually going, okay, let's draw the line in the sand. Yes, we might have the 5.5 still committed, but actually a whole heap of these projects have already been done. What do we still need to fund? And then how do we move forward from here? Yet we acknowledge there's a history behind this, but how do we actually move forward? And yes, go back to running things as locally as possible, but it goes back into the discussion that we had last week around the community boards actually starting to write the next iteration of their community board plans to actually feed into open spaces, and to do that in a very specific way to make it open spaces related, so that you're actually getting the dots joined without having to relitigate that everything that Angie's put into this really complex paper. How do we now simplify it down so that it's easy for the newer councillors to actually come in and take a look at, and actually identify the future and how we move forwards with open spaces?
very valid points.
Well, I guess and this is what we're looking for, is that direction. If this isn't the direction, then what is the direction you want us to go in?
I think we need an open spaces direction. Very much so, and otherwise we'd be putting all the work that's been done around playgrounds, all the tree work that's been done, and there are projects that are sitting there now that are just starting off or getting good to go, which should still continue. They're in the LTP. Just because we're labelling it as open spaces doesn't mean to say that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I think noting that fact as well, and newer councillors won't be aware of this because it was discussion in 2022, but those $50,000 community funds for stuff that doesn't necessarily fall in the community board plan or long-term plan, because a community group comes up with an idea or something that they want to have easy access to funding through, and to Andrew's point, without the bureaucratic multiple steps of council. So having something like that as a subset to the main plan with a smaller budget that enables those sorts of projects to succeed, but still noting, I think, that they need to, ideally they would be part of a community board plan, because the community boards are engaging with their communities and it is all sort of feeding in. So I think as we progress down this road of tidying all of that up, I think we'll naturally fit into that kind of outcome. Matt, did you want to?
Yeah, thanks. I'm kind of glad I'm not the only kind of one slightly confused on the historic process of this. I note that the open spaces strategy is nearly 10 years old, and essentially that strategy ends next year. I'm making the assumption that the resolution E and the need to follow up on Christine's point of it kind of goes without saying, but the need for us to do this resolution E is because possibly the 2014 strategy didn't include that enough, and it's almost retrospectively including that goes without saying point into an almost 10-year-old strategy. One of the other confusing points, and open spaces, I get it, I'm outdoors and I see one of those opportunities for communities to do cool things in their open spaces is possibly one of the most engaging things that the community want to be involved in. Wastewater and recycling bins and things like that isn't as exciting as what you might be able to do in your cool local park, and being able to sort of do that's very important. But with that community group input, there's lots of things that are in the strategy. It's already been talked to, things like better off funding and TIF funding, and well done to council for getting those avenues of funding to get some of the projects across the line that it hasn't really needed to eat into the 2018 LTP budget. I didn't know the significance of this. I only learned about it yesterday, and I'm kind of now seeing where it fits into that historic line, but I've learned that there's, to throw a spanner in the works, there's also a thing called the Southland Regional Spaces and Places Strategy, which is a 2021 strategy, which Southland Council is a collaborator of with the other councils, and then other major funders like the Licensing Trust and Community Trust South. And then they've almost got another strategic direction and the recommendation to put an advisory board together. I'm not quite sure whether our 2014 strategy aligns with this 2021 collaborated strategy, whether we've officially endorsed this independently put together strategy. And I'm just kind of concerned that while it appears our strategy's been sidelined and momentum's carried on through maybe other funding avenues, meanwhile regionally, with some other very core funders for community groups to do things, may have now a different misaligned strategy, and we're just a little bit out of date on where we're at.
Through your worship, I can answer that, and as can Mark. So just to be very clear, that's the Regional Spaces and Places Strategy, and the Open Spaces Project Fund is the funding mechanism from the SDC portion of our sign up, which came through council to do that, and we have Mark's on the steering committee. So it's a spaces and places, which is, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the lingo in this area, just we don't help ourselves. But the spaces and places strategy in that context is a multi-agency and multi-funder that for a lot of different reasons about being smarter with what we do, being regionally focused about what we do. Funders also coming to the table and saying, you've got to help us help your communities, because we cannot keep funding 11 heat pumps and 11 bowling clubs that have 5 members in them, and so let's work proactively together to really help our communities understand all of that. So actually that's a spaces and places that's very heavily leaned on sport recreation outcomes, so it does connect into our strategy, and that was one of the first documents that this strategy read from our perspective to make sure that it met our outcomes along the recreation sport outcomes. So yeah, unfortunately, the wording is quite confusing, but it is a direct outflow of this project funding and one of the outcomes of the strategy that hadn't actually been looked at yet.
So through you, Your Worship, the strategy was actually endorsed by council and the other councils who are in it with us as well. The advisory group is just that. It's an advisory group to provide support to local clubs when they are potentially seeking funding. Probably the most significant outcome that they're trying to achieve is groups working together so that we don't continue to try and maintain multiple assets across the district. That strategy has just gone through a review, and it will come back to council for approval again.
I guess that's my question, is really that strategy. I know it's a bit more specific to recreation and sport, but would it be wise to wait till that strategy's re-looked at, re-approved, with the concerns that perhaps our district focus and district funded open spaces strategy does have some misalignment, or is the thing that could potentially be that risk of doubling up on?
Yeah, Richard, that's kind of a great example that I'd really like to use about how the thinking about the timing of putting these strategic projects. So one of the outcomes of the spaces and places strategy and the most recent work is around the sports field strategy and thinking, and again just collectively using metrics and going out and speaking with our community groups and putting numbers behind what's there, as well as envisaging what the future needs are. And so eventually council will be delivered some recommendations or just some information to make future decisions. So that's a great example where through the open spaces project funding, we might say, well, actually, if council agrees with these metrics and we agree that, yes, we're going to be putting a lot of pressure on ourselves in 10, 20 years when we keep with growth of sports or change of direction of sports, actually, yes, a hub model or something might not be able to just be sustained locally and has a regional or district benefit to it. That's where we would say, so we actually believe that this particular work out of this strategy meets the strategic goals of this project, so we suggest we ring fence 300,000 of this year's strategic project funding to deliver on. So that's exactly what we're talking about, it as of using what's happening now with real metrics, with real knowledge, to then come in a work program to this council to say, this is why we're suggesting this is where the spend is. And yes, this either is consistent with 2018 or it's completely new, but this is why we're suggesting that it's in a strategic spend now. So that's kind of that's kind of, I hope, makes sense for a tie-in as well.
So I guess just from a timeline point of view, it is still just that, I guess, that confusion of, was it prudent to wait till those recommendations come back before moving forward with facets of a 2018 budget based on a 2014 strategy, knowing that we've got community board plans, then also this more regional recommendation coming forward. It just seems like the wisest move is to keep moving with projects that are live and at play, but not jump forward on pushing through too much more project work until all this information's available. It feels like we're a step ahead of ourselves while also working on steps that are almost 10 years old, like from the initial conversations. It's just ringing as alarm bells as far as the order of process, with other information still to come. That's all my concern is there.
Just before I jump to Margie's question, and just in relation to what you're saying there, Councillor Wilson, looking at the recommendations in front of us, that's almost what we're dealing with today, with the exception of potentially H. I just want to clarify. So, I mean, we're essentially looking at that South Sea space in F and G, but is H looking at broadening the scope for other stuff, or does that enable us to Councillor Wilson's last point, actually do this specifically project by project until the long-term plan time comes where we can actually factor this in?
H is essentially just trying to acknowledge and reassure that every year for the entire life of this project, an annual work program based on all of the information we have currently, and of course we've worked historically to provide that, will be sought every year. So rest assured, and at the moment, the 23-24 financial year, and again, Anne will jump in if I haven't got this quite right, is currently the only financial year that we do have project delivery locked in, because, yes, it was approved, that funding was approved and tagged, but the council still have LTP process, annual plans, ability to go, well, actually, this work program isn't prioritised, but we need to have a consistent methodology for us to know that, because, of course, even internal resource and partnerships and other partners, especially, and this is where the iwi come in as well, as we all know, and I would like to talk to that, iwi, yes, and it's great here, and certainly as an officer, that's what I'm always expected to do. iwi always have a partnership and a role, but we do need to be clear that in terms of resource, iwi, like us, struggle. And so both staff and iwi have recognised that unless we plan and we commit to a partnership on a specific set of outcomes, so we can all resource appropriately, plan appropriately, ensure that both worldviews and ways of doing things meet to better delivery when delivery comes. And really it's just making sure that we have this council support for that, because there is all sorts of things and all sorts of discussions happening, but the value set in open spaces with all communities, inclusive of iwi, are one, and we want that reassurance around the table that that partnership within the specific project is supported. So that's for E, and hopefully I've answered your question about H.
Well, you've been patiently waiting there, Councillor Ravenclaw. Did you still want to speak?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thanks for your report, Angie. I wanted to just talk about the four well-beings. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I'm going to go all over the place too, Christine. And the four well-beings so tie into our open spaces and the arts. I'm going to speak directly about the arts and the Murahiku arts strategy, that the arts are intrinsic in everything we do, and they grow pride in our identity as a thriving arts and creativity mecca. The arts need to be visible, valued and vibrant. Now, I've just been on this roadie and stopped in some amazing towns, Kawakawa, Hongarei, where the Handawasa arts are there. They're vital to the region. So I've talked to business owners and what they bring to the district. Been into Greytown and met with Rosie Rogers, who owns the White Swan, and what Greytown does with their mid-Christmas month-long in the Wairarapa and what it brings to the region of Wairarapa. And the arts just tie so much into our open spaces. Eka Tahuna. My husband's been on an epic toilet tour of the North Island with some very amazing toilets. Kawakawa, Matakana. And our reserves tie into that too. I look at the presentation this morning on Kowhai Reach, and if we need to be investing in our reserves. I look at when we talked about funding before, Don, you spoke about what we're doing as a collective and a partnership there, and more money. So I look at what has been given to Kowhai Reach, $5,000, and we need 10,000 plants. So of that 5,000, that's 758 plants is all that's going to cover. So I do want more, but we may have to look for more elsewhere. And that's just forming partnerships as well with other places. The town of Winton, South Sea Spray, I look at point 10 on this strategy. It's to around the whole district and how do we make our district thrive, based on use need rather than depending on what specific communities can afford. I look at Winton with the historic precinct there, and that's a long-term thing to resolve for that community. And that main street, is looking fairly drab, and investing in some of these spaces and how do we share it fairly across the district, and the benefits that the arts bring into all of our open spaces. So mine are just comments really. Yeah, that's me.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Radencourt. Councillor Graney, did you still want to?
Yes, I was just, I think, the thing with this is that we're already underway. It's already been underway for quite a number of years. So my mind, you can't stop it. There are things here that are already in an LTP regardless of where they're funded. So we have to keep moving forwards. What we have to keep sight of is that this is going to be an ongoing, fairly fluid situation. In that Matt's talked about one aspect of what you overlay on it, but you've got Beyond 2025, you've got Southland Murihiku Destination Management Plan, you've got Better Off Funding, TIF funding, tourism, or the Regional Tourism Plan, you've got the spatial planning. So I think it's been highlighted again and again that the work of local government is actually getting more complex. And that's just the nature of what we're operating in. So it's not a matter of actually halting things. It's actually a matter of being nimble and then being able to go, okay, how do we integrate all this and continue to integrate everything so that the dots do continue to be joined.
And doing it with a strategic lens.
With a strategic lens, yeah.
Councillor Bakroy.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll follow suit with the ladies, and I'm going to go all over the place. But I'm encouraged that there's quite a few of us who are sort of not quite sure where this is leading to. I'd also like to put some of my comments from the previous workshop, since that's not public information. I'd like to repeat some of them. Number one being, we can't have it both ways. We can't talk about cutting, looking at lesser rates and yet going to town out here with a 30-year loan with this amount of spending. 5.5 million is substantial, especially when we compare it to the fact that 2.9 million or sub 3 million that we spend annually on our stocks and reserves. I am also looking at the community project fund portion of this, and that seems to be about, as I see it, less than 20% of the total spend. 60% is going to be strategic projects, and management of this is going to be 22%. That's a massive amount of overheads here, whichever way we may look at it. Yes, there is history there, but inflation is something that's biting right now. And, if it's my own house, I might have made a budget, but if things have changed, I change with it. I look at what I have to cut, and I cut it because situation has changed and I suddenly can't afford some things. There is also this thing that I don't understand, that what is making the cut for this project here? If we had TIF funding and we got $340,000 from that one for the Wayfinders project, we are committing just shy of $500,000 of ratepayer funds, or call it loan funded or whatever, but we are committing that much more. So it is not, we should be looking at how much were we willing to add on to this. I'll also speak to two specific issues. Number one, the older couple who were here this morning, I know them as farm advisors, Mr. Chris Herod, know him in that capacity. He had asked me to deliver his concern, Mr. Herod, that they are under the impression, I'm not sure the Makari Oreti Community Board, that they are under the impression, or they were told that the 100,000 that is being used, going to be going towards South Sea Spray, was going to be funded externally. So what Mr. Herrera told me this morning was that this is a surprise to him, which is why he came in, but he obviously wasn't sure what time, this part of the meeting is going to be coming on, and he had to leave for a farm advisory meeting, so he's gone. He asked me to convey that issue. He said they've been specifically told that this was going to be externally funded. And then lastly, what Councillor Menzies spoke about, point E, approve and support a partnership with Manawinua specifically for the open spaces project. Now, as I understand, aren't we implicitly, doesn't everything already go through, don't we already work in partnership with all our demographics, including EV here? I am looking at decision 2 and the rationale being given on page 146, that if we don't do this, this will be a missed opportunity, a potential for slower outcomes. I don't quite understand, and I don't quite get this. Are we saying that unless one particular piece of paper for this specific issue is not, ticked off, this won't work? I think our EV are far more responsive than that, and I'm not quite sure what doing this partnership for this one. If it was one hot particular project or something, you want to do something implicit, and maybe it has more of a, EV input than others, I would understand, but we are out here talking about the entire 5.5 million and, doing it in anticipation of whatever else may come along. So that is something I am not sure about. I'll also like to, put in my apologies here. I'll be leaving in 10 minutes. I have a meeting to Otapri Amenities Trust at 4:13 to Otapri. So I will be leaving in another 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Would you like me to speak please to that question? So, and I'm not speaking for iwi. Let me be very clear on that. But as both Manawinua with one hat on and an SD staff member on another, who has been through lots of projects and a lot of engagement with iwi, as we absolutely rightly do and should. What we have to be really clear about is metrics, and the whys and the hows and the history we all are well aware of, but this is not for today, is Te Ao Marama, for example, of whom we have our, Cameron, you might have to help me with the name of the initial agreement. It's just dropped out of my mind, but it is in the report. Especially regarding the RMA side of things, we already have a document in place about where iwi help. We also have a partnership agreement, more specifically, and that's through more program and more deliverables. But even that partnership agreement specifically talks about what can be achieved and what can't. This is of such both a value proposition that matches, that's heavily important to everybody, as well as so much potential work depending on what the actual outcomes end up being, which of course will come around this table, that Manawinua specifically require and need to make sure, I guess, just be really sure and really on board. Like when you want to go into a partnership wholeheartedly, you want to make sure that all parties are on board. There's a lot of political landscapes out there that, have lots of discourse that's not helpful. And so there just wants to be a real clear assurance. So then Manawinua can go, right, okay, this is really important to everybody, including all of our communities of which Manawinua see themselves a part of. And so by having this actually as a recommendation in itself, it allows us to then go away and true partnership sit down the table and say, what does that actually look like? Because Tammy, for example, is who we have those agreements with, I think 7 or 8 FTE, and they look after us, ICC, GDC, Clutha District Council, QLDC, ES and Otago Regional Council. So we have to be realistic here if we want to have, and we're hearing all the time from staff and from community and even some of you around this table, where there is, nobody means it in any harm, but there is a conversation about, well, it's not happening because we haven't heard back from iwi, or this isn't happening, I'm not sure who's the right people to contact. Unless we're really clear on where we really deem the partnership at a high level really important, so to give iwi and Runaka a chance to resource accordingly to help us, which is what we all want, it's chicken and the egg, right? So, we've had some high-level discussions, but it was made really clear that they just wanted to make sure this council table was in support of a partnership so we could move forward together.
If I may, through your worship, I do know that last year during the Better Off funding, we got $150 or was it $120,000? That was for a full-time person for the 4 Runangas, which amongst other things was to help them prepare their applications for round 2, which is not happening. That $1.5 billion has quietly, sidled away by the government. I think there is the ample opportunity being given there. What I don't understand, and what I specifically have an objection to, is we don't yet know what's coming down, what projects are there. We do know community projects are a very small part of this funding. We are putting the entire pot, 5.5 million, but then we might as well start going back and doing this to every single council project. What makes this one any different?
Well,
That is I hope I'm able to convey to you what I mean. What makes this one different that we're suddenly wanting an explicit one here?
Yeah, just again from a council staffer, but again, I'd see where you're coming from, but just so you do know, the operational forms that every single project is taken through for staff does include an iwi lease.
Exactly.
But what is actually happening that we need to be open about is because of resourcing, a lot of that is hitting delays, both resourcing internally but also with iwi. And Louise, I don't know if you can put that any better, but so it isn't necessarily any different, but what we're trying to say is this is of so high importance and it is a lot of money and it's been sitting on the table for so long. We want to give this and any outcomes that come from it the best opportunity for success. So we wanted to make a real clear, transparent request that it's very open that we need to work with iwi.
I think we're kind of sitting at a place at the moment where we're discussing a longer term lens than what's in front of us in the report today, which features in upcoming long term plan discussions, because we're not committing today to something that's going to happen in 5 years' time, because that's going to happen later on. So it's very clear we need to have a lot more discussion around that moving forwards. So I guess in the interests of getting to this agenda item today, if we focus on the issues in front of us, bearing in mind that it does flow on to future discussions. But yeah, I must say I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that specific item on there, given the fact that it kind of should be coming intuitively, but I understand what you're saying, but I would like to think that part is happening in all of our work streams, no matter what we're doing going forwards as well. So I sort of share some of those concerns. I've got Councillor Menzies and Councillor Byers, and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Probably just 2 questions. Are you indicating E is about using financial resource within the open spaces funding to support the partnership with iwi?
So I'm indicating that it gives us the ability to have a true partnership and sit around a table and be honest about what each party requires to make it happen. And potentially, because the current partnership agreement is limited and it clearly outlines the limitations of that, which is what we already have a contribution to. So again, those decisions will be above me, but this is to start those discussions.
I'm just not clear in that motion. Sorry.
This is to support a partnership.
Can I?
Yeah, jump in. Noting that you're jumping the queue.
No, I know I'm jumping the queue. I just specifically comment to. I'm just wondering if a reword of this is actually going to move us forwards.
Yeah.
So reword of E, something along the lines, request that Mana Whenua allocate a resource for the open spaces project. Is that actually going to, rather than approve and support, because fundamentally we are approving and supporting that Mana Whenua are part of everything that we do. Is this actually about allocating, having a resource that actually means that they can plan ahead and they can allocate resource accordingly?
So, through Louise.
Through you, Your Worship. One of the engagement things that we talked about at a high level with Mana Whenua was creating a design panel made up of representatives from the 4 Runanga in Marahiku, where they were involved in any project from the get-go, and any work across the Open Spaces project would see them being part of the discussion from the start, and also part of the discussion around how things could look in terms of signage or telling the Southland story, and using art and signage throughout the whole district to bring the district together as a district as well as a whole series of communities. To do that, that's asking a lot of a small group of people, because they are, as Angie has said, they've got a very small number of people that are involved at this level with local government. And so that discussion that we had earlier was about having that design panel and looking at how we could go about setting that design panel up. Now, there was, Angie and I talked about it, and I don't believe it's gone to mana whenua, but there was talk about actually, do we fund that as part of this project? And that's about funding the representatives on there. But the other thing with why that's taken a step back, so that mana whenua can look at what they can do, and that's why that recommendation is there. So that was one element of what we were talking about with mana whenua, and I probably have gone too far in talking about it, but that's just an example of what we had started talking about. And the whole idea was, once we got that panel up and running, it would enable us to not only use it for this project, but for other council business as well, and to enable us to take that engagement. Right now we've got engagement with mana whenua quite often halfway through a project, maybe closer to the beginning but not right at the beginning of any of our projects. And the whole thought pattern is around getting information and discussion going at the beginning of anything we do, so that they're part of it as a partnership rather than just as another key stakeholder. And that's one of the elements that was talked about within there.
Yeah, totally agree with those points, but that hasn't come into this report, and it doesn't really relate to this agenda item, so that's almost a whole separate discussion to be having.
But that's why they asked for it not to come into the report until they've got the assurance that you want that partnership with them.
But again, that's a whole nother separate discussion, not really relevant. Well, it's relevant, but it's not relevant to this report right now. And I'm feeling uncomfortable with the different directions that this is going in. And I'm getting a note from my with a suggestion to leave it at the table. There's a whole lot of other councillors wanting to speak. We're getting towards the end of the day. Do people want to carry on speaking on this? Do we want to leave it on the table?
Sorry, can I just ask one
Could I
other
make a
question?
comment?
Which was why Mark is here, and it's just in relation to the South Seas project. So we've got a motion there, approve up to a maximum of 100,000 for 50% of co-funded project, blah, blah, ignoring. But I don't understand what the total costs are of that project. I don't understand, have we got confirmed partners in funding this? And I think although it's occurred in Riverton before, there wasn't any council funding into that. So in just order to clarify that, while Mark is here, perhaps she could speak to that, because approving up to a maximum of 100K, it could be $2, it could be 50,000, it could be 99,000. So I'm just looking for some more specifics.
Okay, so thanks, Christine. So South Sea Spray going out for funding now, and the Community Trust of Southland, I'm not sure who else they go to for funding. Yes, every other area has been funded externally. I just want to go firstly to relation to Chris Herod's comment. The board, there was never any money coming out of the Arete Reserve, is what my understanding was. The funding was coming from South Sea Spray, but it was always talked about as part of the open spaces strategy. So Paulina and Dio are at this stage doing grant funding right now for Winton, and they're going for as much as they possibly can externally. So I haven't got the answer to where we're sitting and how much they have applied for. The project itself, I think, was around 178,000. And I suppose, yeah, the other key partners in it, I don't know. We've got Central Southland College students, along with the school, REAP, CSC. We're using an art room at Central Southland College. We're also using one of the REAP rooms. We've got 12 Central Southland College art students aligning themselves alongside an artist for the week of South Sea Spray. Waitingi Day is going to be the day that the People's Choice Award is announced in Winton. The Memorial Hall will be where the exhibitions are held. And that's going to be open all week, and then people can come in and do workshops with the artists, and the artists are staying at the Central Southland Lodge in Winton.
So the total project cost is 100.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it out of my head, and I am in Northland. It's around 178,000 from my initial spreadsheet. I can go back and have a look and send something out to you all.
I would be happy to leave that on the table and get some further information back, given the significant spend.
I do. Okay. Oh, that's right. I've got a report at home actually, but I'll get Karen to send something through to me.
So we've got Byers, Wilson, Fraser and Granny wanting to speak, but if we leave this on the table, do you still want to speak, or are you comfortable?
If you leave it on the table.
I'm comfortable because Margie's just raised the point about no community board funding. So that was what I was going to raise as what I understood from that conversation.
Councillor Keast.
Excuse me, just a comment around the Riverton South Sea Spray, which was one of the first ones that came up, and it came to my attention on the Creative Communities Committee, and that there was quite a resistance to it at local level through the community board there, and it took quite a lot of conversation about what that it wouldn't be graffiti that they were getting, and it wouldn't, and that the paints were a whole lot different now, as to that they would have to repaint, like they wouldn't be redoing what it looked like on the back of the then sound shell, you know, like, and so and even getting at the time the engineer on board to actually get on with organising the traffic management and things like that, and the impact of that day, because I went out, because I got involved, I went out there just to see what was going on, and the impact of that on the community is quite remarkable and quite brings everyone together. So, you know, like I would certainly be supportive of giving them assistance once they have exhausted all other forms of support.
I think the benefit we've got now too is when Riverton was being done, there wasn't previous examples to look at, whereas now we've actually got Riverton and Invercargill and other areas.
And Bluff. Can I jump in again? So I'm sorry, another two funders are Creative New Zealand and of course Resine. Paints themselves, they fund the project as well with their paints.
Cool. I think we'll leave that on the table. With, sorry, Jane, did you want to?
I was just going to suggest, Your Worship, that we leave it on the table pending officers providing more information on the issues raised in the discussion, so that you don't just get it back again.
So could I ask a question then, Rob? When will that come back to the table?
Well, we're about to get to that.
Oh, sorry, thanks. I might have to beam in from Australia.
Can I just ask a question too on the difference between, in the executive summary on page 135, we've got that there's 813 hectares, and on the open spaces strategy on page 153 it says 1,250 hectares. So we just need a little bit of discussion, or it might be reserves, or I'm not sure what the difference is, but that's quite a big difference.
I think, given that we don't have any council meetings in July, August is probably an appropriate time, and I'm getting nods from the back, although one of them is pensively nodding. Follow my pen.
Just with a lot of that conversation being around resolution E, and I guess this matches up, it goes without saying versus it needs this formalisation, I suggest that if it's tabled and discussed in future, that we actually have some representation of Ngāna Whenua from Tammy possibly here to facilitate that discussion. There just seems to be some similarities between, I think, the 8th of March council meeting we had in Wyndham, when the chair Pat York was discussing one of the community projects, which I assume would be an open spaces project, and that I guess the confusion around that engagement process when the community board themselves have a direct relationship through the associated room to get that right at the get-go of the project, and then through the system and the process, it doesn't give a lot of confidence in I guess how we're describing it at the moment. So I think to follow up what you were saying before, Rob, this does seem to be a discussion not direct to this item on the agenda, but a wider thing. I think that whole process around not just specifically the open spaces project, but that engagement process and enabling the community boards to be able to work through that process themselves. Everyone's got resource constraints. Every process is going to have resource constraints, and the easier we can enable those processes from the early stages and the early relationships, the better. So I'd suggest that if we're going to table this report and we're going to work through this part of the conversation, we need to have that conversation in a room together with mana whenua representation.
Thank you, Richard. Just for clarification on how do our asset management plans or our reserve management plans fit into this open spaces thing? Because I know we've sort of been banging heads a wee bit that there's land at Curia Bay that needs a refresh of its reserve management plan, and it seems to almost be coming back to the community board to fund that, and I don't think that it should be, because it's council land and it's council, I might be confused about where the money's coming from or how that process goes through, but it seems to be a roadblock in actually processing stuff forward and maybe getting more clarity around what is available to actually happen on that piece of land and how we could get a good plan.
Through your worship, to answer that question, the community board put that money into the long-term plan to pay for that management plan.
But then this has come up and it's, so it was only to hurry it along. Probably they put it in there. You don't have to spend it from the community. The community is quite happy to accept it from somewhere else.
Well, I guess part of that discussion going forwards needs to involve the community boards, whether they do it in a workshop or in one of their meetings as a report, but outlining or giving them the opportunity to identify what's currently potentially missing in the community board plans around open spaces, so that we are, from the onset, Councillor Wilson's quite rightly talked about engaging with iwi really early in the process, and I think we should be doing our community boards as well right at that initial step, so we're not finding out at the 11th hour that we've missed something really important or something like that. So I think that's part of this process going forward, really important to make sure we're dotting all of our I's from the ground level as well.
If I can even elaborate on that, and speaking on behalf of, well, not on behalf of, but speaking to my engagement as part of the Ardlassa board, speaking of management plans for open spaces, Taylor's Park, I want to say, is one area, and I guess it's been identified that that's a very crossover area between two district council borders on a shared space, essentially. Also, I believe it's one of the spaces for the project, Matariki project, so we've got that engagement space with Runaka there. One of the other areas important to the board being Piano Flat, and then that's the Department of Conservation, so there's other, I guess, other entities to involve in some of this, and that's where that alignment, so I guess that where it lines up with that regional places and spaces document as well is what I'd like to get some more clarification on, that those strategies and the process of aligning those strategic directions are actually working together and not in silos.
Well, it feeds into that presentation at the start of the day. You had all those different stakeholders all working together for an outcome, and that collaborative approach. Right, I'll move from the chair that we leave this item on the table. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Menzies. We've had very good discussion on that, and thanks team for sitting there and participating in that.
Lying on the table pending information raised by council at the meeting.
Yeah, and to come back and potentially August, potentially September, but we won't put a date at this stage. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone against? Carried. Thank you.
Please excuse me, everybody. I'm leaving the meeting now. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Good luck. Okay, so do we want to have a quick stretch of the legs, or do we want to get to the end of the meeting?
I have to leave and.
Cool, we'll carry on going.
Yeah.
So we're going to exclude the public. So we'll go. I'll move due to the items outlined on the agenda that we move into public excluded. Do I have a seconder? Yes. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
No, I'll just wait until we're fine. Cool, thank you. And